Hello everybody and welcome to Philbert Flies. This afternoon we're going to be flying from Ibiza, where we left off last time, all the way up to Trondheim in Norway. But because the little CJ4 can't tank enough fuel to get us there in one go, we're going to be making a short fuel stop at Eindhoven in the Netherlands. So let's get on board and start setting up. Good afternoon everyone who's here early. Stephen, hello. Rodrigo, hi, nice to see you. Ludwig, hello. And Kaffel and Steve as well. Nice to see you all here. Okie dokie, so let's see how much I remember of this aircraft, because although I filmed a lesson in it and I've watched it several times while editing it, I always seem to forget something. Battery on, avionics to dispatch mode, and we can start setting up the FMC. So we'll go to POSINIT, copy our GPS position to the set position field. And for our flight plan, we don't have anything in here yet, but I've planned a route on SimBrief, so I'll just import that quickly. Index, page 2, route menu, flight plan recall, SimBrief. Hello Superfly, nice to see you. I'm very well, thank you. Jetaway, hello, nice to see you too. And William, and Fizzy, hello. My day's going very well, thank you. I've been for a blood test, which was not terribly pleasant, but that's behind me now. And I can relax and do some flying with you lot, which is a nice way to spend an afternoon. So it just takes a little while to import all of the waypoints. You'll see them popping up down here. And before we execute it, or in fact no, once we import it, I think we do need to execute it. And then we can check it through by changing the lower menu to plan mode. Hello Flightzilla, yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. I would definitely recommend Trondheim. The Ibiza scenery is, in my opinion, not the very best, but it's Ibiza, and who doesn't want to fly to Ibiza? So yes, so I forgive it its slight textural deficiencies, and yeah, I think I would recommend them both. Ooh! Steve, thank you very much for signing up to Club Philbert. Very nice to have you aboard. So I'm just stepping through the flight plan at the moment to make sure it looks like, well, looks sensible and looks like what I've got on SimBrief. And it does so far. So we'll just go all the way through, make sure there are no discontinuities or weird turns or angles. Of course, what you should do is compare each waypoint with the flight plan. But I'm not doing that today because I'm sure it'll be fine, and if it isn't, we'll sort it out en route and it'll all be very exciting. So we just need to add our departure route, which today is going to be via the EPAM to Echo, which is this one here. We will be taking off from runway 24, and we've got quite the wind today. It's 270 at 24 knots, so yeah, it might be a little bit of a blustery and unsteady takeoff today. Hello Kevin, nice to see you. Why do Brits say Ibiza? We just do, I don't know. Yeah, what do you say? Where are you from? Demetrius, hello. Good afternoon, Roger. Let's see how it goes. Absolutely. Yeah, Matt was awesome, wasn't he? If any of you haven't watched my lesson on the CJ4 with Matt, the developer, I'd highly recommend you do so after this stream, because that is, well, that's somewhere where he stopped me from doing anything wrong. Whereas today, yeah, I'm going to do my best, but there will be probably one or two errors, so don't take what I'm doing now as gospel. So that's our departure setup. And now we can move over to the performance page. So we go to Perfinit, and we have to put in our weights in order to be able to calculate the takeoff speeds. So our zero fuel weight today is 5203 kilograms. So we'll pop that in. I'll just pop on the nav lights, as we should probably have them on now we're powered up. Then we can step forward to takeoff. We know that we're taking off from runway 24, so we just have to put in the weather data. And as I said, it's 270 at 24 knots. The outside air temperature is 18 degrees, very nice. Oh yes, it's definitely it's in Spanish. It's more like Ibiza. It's not Ibiza. It's not Ibiza or anything like that. It is pronounced the. You are absolutely right. How do you get in touch with the guy who teaches you? If you go over to the Discord server, to Working Titles Discord server, he's on there. I have seen the new Max. I don't like the look of it. I think it's a little bit dodgy. Why have you got a yellow emoji? It's because, Flightzilla, you've been a member for more than a month now. So congratulations. And thank you for your continued support. So yes, for the first few months you get a new colour every month, and after that it sort of goes to 6 months, a year, and 2 years, I think. So the longer you remember, the more different little filberts you will have next to your name. QNH at the moment is 1014, which gives us a pressure altitude of +3. Then we can move to the next page. We can check our takeoff speeds, which have been calculated for us. And before we put them in, we're going to change the avionics switch to on rather than dispatch. And we'll need to get the engine started too, because that's draining the battery. But if we press send, then the speeds will be imported and they'll come up over here on the speed tape. A short hop up to Holland, indeed. Hey, it's Napster. Welcome to the stream. It's about 2.5 hours this leg, and then another couple of hours after that to Trondheim. So we can see on page 3 our takeoff weight is going to be 6909 and our maximum is going to be 7761. So that's the FMC setup, and I think what we'll do now is start the engine, or start both engines. Very straightforward. Right engine starter button on. Open the guard and switch that to run. And you'll notice the N2 going up, the N1 going up, and soon we'll have the ITT going up as well. Okay, enjoy science, Superfly. Hope it goes well. Yeah, from what I've read, the 737 is not worth bothering with, and possibly includes stolen assets. I don't know how true that is, but I certainly won't be getting it, put it that way. I'll wait for the PMDG, or the freeware one that's in the works. Sorry, I've silenced my phone now. Most unprofessional of me. Okay, so engine 2 is stable, so we can start engine 1 now. So one of the things Matt was saying, I don't know if it made it into the final cut, is that you can start an engine before the passengers are boarded if you want to, for power, and often, in fact it did make it into the cut, I remember, and often starting an engine early is cheaper than getting a ground power unit out, so it's quite rare that you get ground power connected to these bizjets. There's a hopeful little pushback guy here, but we won't be making use of him. As you can see, this is a nose-in stand, and then we can just turn around and head out the way we came, following the line. Absolutely, Stephen. Yeah. So that's both our engines started. We'll close the guards to make sure we don't accidentally switch them off. Flightzilla in particular might want to just take note of that. Hello Rob, nice to see you, welcome to the stream. The PMDG will probably be slightly more than £100, I imagine. Yeah, they are very expensive things. Hello Rain, nice to see you. There is some free photogrammetry for Ibiza, and Stephen earlier in the Discord pointed it out to me, and if we fly here again I'll get it, but I decided not to bother today because we're going to be taking off to the west and then we'll be away, so we wouldn't see much of it. Right, so we've got our engine started, which is good. Next thing we'll do is turn on the seatbelt and safety lights for the passengers.
May I have your attention, please?
A little bit of backlighting on, I think.
On the seatbelt sign. Please fasten your seatbelt and shoulder harness at this time.
UK update tomorrow. I know, it's very exciting. Yeah, I do live in the UK. Yeah, I live in Yeah, I live in London, so I'm very excited about it. I don't know how big an area of London they're going to cover, but I hope it's big enough for me to be able to see my house. That would be very exciting. But I wouldn't get up early because they usually come out sort of late afternoon, I think, these updates, don't they? And we can also play the takeoff briefing. We'll do the long one, and then we'll do the short one when we're at Eindhoven, if I remember.
May I have your attention, please? Welcome aboard the Citation CJ4 aircraft. Your flight crew will make every effort to make your trip a pleasant one. At this time, please.
So now the engines are started, we'll turn the climate control selector to normal, get a bit of air conditioning going. We'll set our trim, so we're fairly light today. So we will put it towards the top of the green bar, I think. Flight controls will be fine. Speed brake and ground spoilers, they are retracted. And that little burst of throttle was because I hadn't set up my joystick throttle. Flaps, check and set. So we'll extend 15 degrees of flap, which is what's almost always used on this aircraft. Engine only anti-ice we don't need. Takeoff data confirmed and set. Avionics checked and set. Autopilot, we'll just cycle that now.
Autopilot.
And we'll turn off the yaw damper. And the altimeter will set to local pressure. That's interesting. The sim thinks that the local pressure is 1009. And indeed it is. I was looking at the wrong METAR when I put in 1014. We'd better redo these figures. I don't imagine they'll change much, but it's 1009 we're after. I checked the Eindhoven weather as well in VPilot and just looked at the wrong one. Yeah, I don't think they changed, but we'll send them again anyway. How do you install the mod? You just drag it into your community folder. Rob, I think about 5 PM Zulu UK time, something like that, 4 or 5 PM. Hello Pavel, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Trondheim is in Norway. Oh, what did I miss from William? Oh, William, I'm ever so sorry. Thank you for sending the Ibiza photogrammetry. Whoever it was, I think maybe it was both of you, but thank you very much. Umossi, hello, welcome to the stream, nice to see you. Poor you indeed. I would cancel your Club Filbert membership if I was you, William. That's unacceptable. And I apologise. Trondheim is in Norway, yes. Norway is just gorgeous to fly in and around. I hope the weather allows us to see a little bit of the scenery as we go. Okay, so we're just waiting for this takeoff briefing to finish now, really. But while it does that, we will get set up for the taxi. So we'll turn on our... should have had the beacon light on a while ago. Oops. And taxi light. And we're pretty much ready to go. No ATC on at the moment, so we'll tune Unicom and announce our intentions on there. Come on, I mean. There we go. Good, I'm sure you wouldn't, William. You're a very forgiving man, and I appreciate it. Yeah, Scandinavia is doing very well for add-on airports, isn't it, at the moment? So the other thing I'm going to do is just pre-select our altitude. I'm going to have a quick look at the SID chart to find out if we have any constraints. No, they're all at or above constraints, so no issues there. We'll set that to flight level 430 then. Yes, I keep meaning to fly to Bergen. I have got the scenery. The Freeware Airport scenery, I mean, and I do quite like it. I just love Trondheim more, which is why we're going there today. Flight time today in total is going to be about 4.5 to 5 hours. This first leg is going to be about 2.5 hours, and the rest will be in the second leg. So yes, it's quite a long couple of flights, quite a long stream. Right, let's announce our intentions. Let me get the map up so I can say something sensible on the Unicom. Ibiza traffic, Citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango, taxiing from East Apron to holding point runway 24 via Alpha and Charlie. Taxi light is on. Looks clear around us. Let's get going. Hello, Jan Marco. Nice to see you. And Dazza, hello. Oh, excellent, Flyzilla. Glad you're going to join us. And one of the things Matt was saying on the lesson is how the nose wheel steering on this is fantastic. So it's very rare that you need pushback. Much as that pushback guy was hoping we would use him. The progress bar at the top of the screen, Sigan, is called Bene Overlay, but it is only a streaming overlay, so I don't actually see it in the sim. I would recommend, well, I haven't actually looked at the Just Sim Mallorca scenery. I know Just Flight are working on one which looks fantastic. I know that MK Studios are working on one which looks like it, well, it was very good in P3D. I'm sure it'll be good in this as well. So I think Mallorca will be good, and the Just Sim scenery looks all right. But yeah, it depends which island you prefer. Well done, Rodrigo. Oh, thank you, Flyzilla. Yeah, good. Yeah, the performance on this sim is incredible. I was really surprised as well. I'm all right, thanks, Mossy. How are you? Right, let's do the before takeoff checklist. So ice protection systems we don't need. Rudder bias system, check. Seats upright and outboard. Flaps are set. Speed brakes, 0. And trims we have to reset after cycling the autopilot. So I'm just making sure that elevator trim is in the green band. Crew briefing complete. TCAS is on. So it says in the lesson that TCAS isn't modelled, and that's true. But it does link with vPilot, unlike the A320. So if TARA is on, then Mode C will be on in vPilot and vice versa. Radar we don't need. We've got no weather or terrain to worry about. GA button. We'll push that now. And you see that the mode has changed to takeoff, and the flight director is commanding 10 degrees of nose up pitch. So we'll take this first entrance here, and we'll just hold short and finish our checklist. Okay. Battery amps, 20 or less, I'm sure they are. Ice protection systems are still not required, but we can now turn on the pitot static heat buttons. Oh, I need to apologise to whoever it was yesterday who told me that, who I was insisting to, that you could have the pitot heat on for 10 minutes before departure. It's not 10 minutes, it's 5 minutes. I rewatched that bit of the lesson. So they're now on. Exterior lights. We'll turn on our strobe light and our landing light. And I think we're pretty much ready to go, aren't we? I think we are. Can't see anyone coming. So I will catch up with your chat after takeoff, but I'm just going to concentrate for now. Ibiza traffic, Citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango, taking off runway 24. Is everyone ready? I'm going to assume you are. Just stop here a second to mentally prepare. So we're going to be using full takeoff power, and V2 plus 10 will retract the gear and flaps. Yaw damper after flaps up, and reduce to climb throttle after 1,000 feet. Right, let's do it. And as I said, it is quite blustery here today, so I might struggle a little bit to keep it bang on the centre line. A lot of left rudder in at the moment. V1, rotate. V2, V2 plus 10, gear up. And try and keep that nose at 10 degrees, which is what I always struggle with. Flaps up. And we'll reduce to climb power now. And put in a lot of nose down trimmed to keep it climbing at this sort of a rate. And now we can probably turn on the autopilot, which will also turn on the yaw damper, and we can switch to flight level change mode, increase the speed to 240 knots. Turn on nav mode, so it'll follow the FMC flight plan. And as you see, we've reached 240 knots, and so it's going to adjust our pitch attitude to maintain that as we climb. And that's basically what flight level change mode does. Very nice. And we're climbing well at 3,600 feet, feet per minute, give or take. Do the after takeoff checklist. Landing gears up, flaps are up, throttles are at the climb detent. Yaw damper is on, we know that because the autopilot's on and it goes on automatically. And the aircraft's intercepting our first turn perfectly. Ice protection systems we don't need. Passenger lights buttons we'll leave on for now until we pass 10,000 feet. Same with the landing lights button. Pressurization isn't modelled. Altimeters, well, we've passed the transition altitude now, so we'll switch to standard pressure. And that's it. That is it. Quan, hello, welcome. Yes, just in time for takeoff. Good news. No, I haven't reviewed Mallorca. I'm probably not going to review Justin's Mallorca. I'm going to wait for one of the others. Give you an excuse to get out of English. Go to English. You need to learn. Thank you, like Jan-Mark. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Oh, the Piper Arrow. That is exciting. That might be my first GA aircraft purchase, I think. Hello, Russ. First time you've caught my live stream. Oh, it's nice to have you here. Nice takeoff, thank you, Rodrigo. Shempes, hello. Oh, you're just too late, were you? Well, we've got another takeoff once we get to Eindhoven, where we're stopping for fuel. So all is not lost. Gabrielle, hello. Nice to have you here, all the way from Brazil. Looks good, doesn't it, Jetaway? Yeah. See, perhaps I should have downloaded the photogrammetry that William so kindly recommended to me. But I figure from this sort of height, it's going to look good either way. Oh, I can imagine, Jempes. That's yeah, I can imagine. So I suppose now would be a goodish time to ask any of you who haven't yet subscribed to the channel if you would be awfully kind and do so. And you can click the thumbs up button to show your appreciation as well while you're at it if you'd like to. Yeah, I can understand that, Jempes. Alex muted, followed on Twitch. That must be a coincidence because I'm not streaming on Twitch. But in case you are watching here and have also followed on Twitch, thank you very much. How long has your school been closed for, Jean-Pez? And yeah, we'll stop talking about it if you like. I can imagine how you're feeling. Can you have a wing view seat? I should think so. I don't see why not. There you are. Nice rear-facing wing view for you. Yeah, it's not quite 100 more than yesterday, I don't think. I think I got something like 60 new subscribers. So yeah. Yeah, it's going alright, isn't it? It's going alright. I'm very grateful to everyone for their support, both subscribers and Club Filbert members, and also those of you who have made a donation over the 6 months or so I've been going. I do have Twitch, but I don't stream on Twitch anymore because basically I didn't read the terms and conditions about signing up as a partner or whatever, affiliate, and they want me to stream exclusively on Twitch, and I don't want to stream exclusively on Twitch because I have like 70 followers there versus 3,000 YouTube subscribers, so it wouldn't make sense for me to do that really. Only 1 month since the 25th of December. Okay. So you've been doing online classes and now you have to go back. It'll be better once you get back than you think it will be, I think. Oh, good Salom. I'm glad. Sorry, I didn't see you arrive. Hello as well. So you're switching from helicopters to aeroplanes. Or perhaps not switching, but adding some aeroplanes into your repertoire. Okay, I think we should turn off the landing lights now. We're above 10,000 feet and it's nice and smooth, so we'll turn off the safety and warning lights as well. And we'll increase the range on our MFD so that we can see where we're going. And now we can relax and enjoy the flight. There's not much else to do. Yeah, you can follow me on Twitch. You're very welcome to. But you won't see me streaming there very much, if at all. Unless I start alternating between YouTube and Twitch, or just stream on both regardless and hope I don't get caught. There are options, of course. Yeah. Oh, that is Demetrius. Is that sort of, that gives you less of a good view, I take it, right? We will have some background music once we get up into cruising flight levels. We'll definitely have a bit of background music. Yeah, helicopters in this sim will be amazing. I'm not very good at flying them, but as you say, with photogrammetry, you're just, yeah, be able to get up close and personal with city centres and things, won't you? This is the VIP seat. Is it K2, his name? He was telling me yesterday. He's the resident real-world CJ4 pilot on the working title team. And apparently this is where you have extra controls to manage the cabin. So it's where the most important passenger sits. Ah, yes, I can picture the runways at Thessaloniki. Well, I'm sure they'll be using both of them, won't they, in the end, when there's more traffic? We are going to Trondheim via Eindhoven. Go on, let's have some music. I fancy some music as well. do we fancy? A bit of piano was nice last time, wasn't it? But perhaps something a little bit different. Something classical. Let's try this playlist called... Oh no, I don't fancy that after all. Lars Meyer, Memories of the Green Valley. Oh, I'll turn it down a bit. Oh, this is rather nice, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Fizzy. I don't fly the 747 in this sim. It's not very good. So it's this or the A320 at the moment if I'm doing sort of longer haul stuff. Or of course the Cessna 152 when I'm doing the bimbles around Britain. Goodbye Ibiza, for now. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? A little bit mournful, perhaps. I hope the other tracks are a bit more cheery. The next group flight is not this Saturday, but next Saturday. So the 20th, I think it is. Yeah, do you know, when I went to Ibiza, I was surprised by how much there is to it. We went clubbing once, went to see a gig once, but there's a really, there's a really nice sort of community of older immigrants, I suppose, from across Europe, and yeah, it's a lot. It's not just a party island; it's a really beautiful place to go and relax as well. Yeah, it's true, Russ. Hello, a Super Tram. Nice to see you. The longest flight I've done in this sim is Heathrow to Chicago, which was about 8 hours, something like that. The longest flight I've done in any sim was Heathrow to Perth and then on to Melbourne. Who did we see? We saw Franz Ferdinand. What sort of music do you do, Supertramp? I didn't know that the 747-8I was the fastest plane in the world. No, passenger plane, I suppose. No, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, that is sad, Demetrius, yeah. They'll be back in the air, the A380s and the 747s, I'm sure. Is that an excited, you excited about Eindhoven, Herman, or is it a sort of a meh, why are we going to Eindhoven? You screw up just this much, you'll be flying a Citation to Trondheim via Eindhoven. What do you mean? I've been to both. I've been to Mallorca as well, but a friend of mine's landlady had a flat out there that we went to stay in. And it was only sort of a long weekend, so I didn't see a huge amount of it. Oh right, cool. That sounds like a fun life. It's one of those jobs that I imagine is actually quite hard work and stressful, but yeah. I wouldn't mind that sort of a life, I feel. I'm not sure. I've got a feeling that all the 747-400s might have been retired. I can't think of an airline that's still flying them. But the 747-8s are still out and about, I think. Hello, Bailey. Thank you very much. Thanks for the congrats. So we've switched over to Mach, so we're holding 0.64 Mach during the climb now, and we're nearly at cruising altitude. I'll show you our route on Navigraph, I think. Might find that interesting. But if I start SimLink as well, we should be able to see where we are on the map. No, it's got to update it. Fair enough. I'll show you anyway. So this is where we started off. This is our departure. We took off, turned right and right again, and heading up north, entering. Making land near Tarragona and heading up over France, past Toulouse, Limoges, Poitiers, and skirting around the western edge of Paris, or crossing into Belgium and then the Netherlands, and coming into land at Eindhoven. Now I've got a feeling that there are no working stars for Eindhoven, so we may not be able to follow this exact route, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ah, good. Is it going okay, Flightzilla? Flew the working title CJ4 yesterday. All went well, except I couldn't get plane to follow the glide slope. Ooh, no, Russ. I've got. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm afraid. It definitely was an ILS with a glide slope, was it? It wasn't just a localizer approach you were doing. I hope I'm right, Demetrius. I mean, Lufthansa is still flying their 747s, I know that much. 748s. How frustrating, how frustrating. I've been there, Supertramp. I think we'll all be getting crashes and various problems once the world update releases tomorrow. I've never flown with Jet2 actually, no, so I have no idea what they're like. Yeah, it would be amazing, Jumpers. Oh, okay, well the main thing is you got up, you're climbing. That's all you can ask.
Altitude.
Okay, and of course once you get to cruising altitude it's no longer going to be able to maintain the Mach 0.64 that we were doing. So we just have to keep a little bit of an eye on the airspeed and be prepared to reduce our throttles. I'm not so sure about this album. It's very, very pretty, but it's maybe a little bit too bleak. I'm going to fade it out, find something similar, but a bit more upbeat, hopefully. Oh, there's a playlist called Fine Dining. That sounds like the sort of thing you might play in a business jet. Let's give it a whirl. I've been simming for years, Russ. I've been simming for about 20 years. But yes, I started streaming. Oh, when was it? August, September, I think. Not long after this sim launched. There is. Tomorrow is the UK World Update. I don't want to get sued, Supertramp. I can only play what's on Epidemic Sound, unfortunately. Oh, you never know, they might be on Epidemic Sound. I'll have a little look. They are not. I'm afraid. Quite liking this track so far, though. Sorry, Ross. No can do. Thank you, Jan Marco. Oh, really? Are they? What's wrong with their epidemic sound signature? And have you got any alternative suggestions for royalty-free music for streaming? Yeah, I mean, I think 787s and A350s are the future, but I'd like to think that the 747s, at least the most recent generation, have a few more years ahead of them. My impression of Jet 2 is good. Oh, I don't like this. Hello, Enrique. Do you know there is? There's a guy who features some of my reviews, and he does like a whole directory. Let me just see if I can find a link for you. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. DP Simulation. That's the one. But then I always find it quite hard to go from his homepage to the actual add-on directory, because he mostly does train sim stuff. This track is awful. I'm going to wind it on. So it's interesting, Supertramp. That sounds very likely, and I think they'll probably pay less than, you know, even people like Spotify who don't do a great job of paying artists properly. But do you have any suggestions of where I could find music to play on my stream, which I, you know, can pay less than £10 a month for? How's the stream for everyone else? Is it just rain, or is the problem my end? I really can't find this page. I'm going to have a look in my email. Oh good, glad it's okay. Which is my favourite airline I've ever flown with? Asiana. I've flown with them twice, once to Vietnam and once to Japan, and both were absolutely fantastic, as was Seoul Incheon Airport, which is just fantastic for layovers. So as you can see, we're getting up towards our overspeed line, so I'm just going to tweak the throttle to try and keep us at about this sort of speed. For now, I'm going to go back to trawling my emails to try and find that link. Yeah, there's no one about on Unicom. It's true. It's true. I'll do some looking into it, Supertramp, because I don't want to be, you know, screwing artists over. But the reality is, if it's a choice between paying big money to play music on my streams, and not playing any music on my streams, I'd probably choose the latter. This is a water boiling sound effect. This doesn't belong in a music playlist. Dear, I'm going to go back to something I know. I'm going to play a bit of Corazia. I like her. Right. Here we are, I found it. So this is DP Simulation's Flight Simulator Marketplace directory, and it's a good place to keep up to date with all the add-ons that are currently available. Japan is awesome. I honestly, my friends wanted to go, and I thought, yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. But I went along thinking it'll probably be quite interesting at least, and I absolutely fell in love with the place. I can't wait to go back. That is dreadful, Supertramp. No, it's alright, it's fair enough. Sorry, Russ. Yeah, I do have fantasies of when I board out my loft to create more space for my sim setup, of perhaps getting a hot tub put up there as well, with a joystick on one side and a cup holder on the other side. No worries, Enrico. I mean, I haven't looked at it for a while, but I imagine it certainly was pretty good at keeping up to date, so I imagine it's still pretty current. Good morning, Jenny. How are you? Oh, that's weird. I've just updated Navigraph Symlink and now it won't actually sign me into it. Let's close it and try again. This is the little module that allows you to see your position on the Navigraph map, by the way. It says it's already running. I think I will do a review of DD-Tokyo Narita, yes. Is it out? I was aware it was coming, I didn't know it was out. Or maybe it isn't. Excellent. I will get in touch with them. So to get a wing view, not all the aircraft have them, but if you go to camera and then showcase, then by default it will be on camera drone. But if you go to fixed camera and scroll down, then you should find a series of internal views. I've got it bound to some keystrokes, but yeah, that's how you do it by default. Hello Odingo, welcome, how are you? Just tried a flight prior to ATC and it was a total disaster. Oh no, what happened? Is it available on Orbex Direct? You only have 4 of those views. No idea. I can't imagine that. The views are set for each of the aircraft, and yeah, this has 13 views. So unless you're flying a different aircraft. James, welcome back. Nice to see you. How can you see the windows from the back? So camera, showcase, fixed camera, and in the CJ4 they are sort of, I think, the last few. The last few, but 11, 10, 9, 8 and 7 and 6 and 5. So there we are, 5 to 11 in the showcase external camera view. I've got to say, Jenny, I have had issues with it myself, similar issues. It's never worked flawlessly for me. It's all very well and good looking out the window until you now hear overspeed. Yeah, I know, but it seems to be quite nicely settled at the moment. Doing Mach 0.734, which is good enough for me. I might try and get it a little bit higher. I don't have any more plans at the moment, although Matt and I have been discussing perhaps doing a couple more sort of shorter tutorial lessons for the CJ4, like how to do an RNAV approach, how to do a VOR approach, that sort of thing. So we might, yeah, you might see a few more of those, but in terms of interviews, not at the moment. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll certainly give it some thought. No, it's not just you at all, Jenny. Oh, thank you. Good. Glad you're enjoying it. Maestro de la CJ4, I like it. Although it does pile the pressure on a little bit. I'm not as comfortable in this plane as the A320 still. It's got to be said. Am I streaming on Thursday? Do you know what, James? I might now. I was supposed to be working, but now I'm self-isolating. So, yeah, I might do a stream tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. I might also try and get on with some of the many things that I probably ought to have been doing instead of streaming. I want a holiday flight from the UK as well. Thank you, Andrea. The tutorial, you mean? It's a lovely plane, yeah, I really, really like it. I don't understand either, Pedro. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see, you mean in the sim. Sorry, I thought you meant in the real world. I would do Gatwick to Ibiza. That's a great flight. Am I getting the CRJ? Yes, I am, for sure. A Ryanair livery on the CJ4. Do you know Ryanair do operate a business jet? They use it to transfer parts and things around the world and maintenance crew. Not around the world, but around Europe to where their aircraft are. So there is a Ryanair business jet. Talking of which flights are left. Yeah, I don't think it wears Ryanair livery though. No, I'm not streaming tonight, no. This is my only stream today. I had to see now on my only 4 external cameras and I saw 12. Ah, good, good. Yeah, do you know, I think it was in the A320, I was looking at the cameras and it doesn't immediately, when you're in drone mode and you go to fixed camera, it doesn't look like there are more than 2 because they should be down here. But yeah, you have to scroll. Don't know if that's the same thing you found. You did fly some. But you know, sometimes it's better. There's a little bit of overspeed never hurt anyone. One that operates the 737. Norwegian, perhaps? Or one of the charter ones? Perhaps TUI? I bet TUI have a Gatwick to Ibiza flight in a 737. Are you flying X-Plane, Jetaway? Can't remember. But if you're flying a 737, it's presumably not this sim. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure there's some decent Gatwick scenery for X-Plane. I'm sure there's some freeware stuff that's been around forever. It's one of the few airports I ever downloaded for X-Plane, I think. What's your equivalent to Ibiza, Little James? Probably somewhere in Florida or something like that, right? Where you go to let your hair down and party. Guess it depends which part of the States you're in. Exactly, the passengers love a bit of overspeed. The airframe seems to not mind it. Everyone's a winner. Yeah, no, it's no longer a surprise. It's all up on my channel, Demetra. So for the 3,000 subscribers celebratory stream, I'm going to be giving away 3 Orbex products of the winner's choice. So I'm going to be doing 3 flights. The first one is going to be a flight in the CJ4 from Dundee to Dublin. Excuse me. The next one's going to be an A320 flight from Dublin to Vienna. And the final one's going to be a flight from Vienna to Niš in Serbia. And on each of those streams I'll be giving away 1 product. And I say I'm giving away 1 product, but actually the winner will be able to take their pick of anything that's sold through Orbex Direct. Florida or the Gulf Coast, yeah. I called one of the 2, I'm happy with that. No worries, Jetaway. Oh, New Orleans is a great place. Yeah, I did a a trip down through America probably 4 or 5 years ago now, and we started in Chicago, flew into Chicago, got the train down to Memphis, hired a car, and basically toured around Tennessee and Mississippi and drove all the way down through Louisiana to New Orleans. And it was a great holiday. A lot of blues music, a lot of jazz, a lot of country music. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful city, New Orleans. Oh, did you? Yeah. Did you go down the Natchez Trace Parkway? That's what we did. I can't remember exactly where the Natchez Trace Parkway is, but it's sort of an old road, quite a slow road, but beautiful. And we took a side trip, which was a long way out of our way, to visit Dollywood in the Great Smoky Mountains. You will, Jenny, yeah. That probably is the equivalent, actually, isn't it? Similar length of route, similar vibe at the other end. Bullhorns Andreas, welcome! Welcome to the stream. How are you? Thank you for the luck. We're flying to Norway, basically in honour of you. Yeah, it's cool down there, Jenny, isn't it? Yeah, I don't do enough VFR stuff. There's so much of the world to explore. Southern California sounds like a good shout. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure it is cold. There's a big change from Ibiza, where it was, what was it, 18 degrees. We're stopping in Eindhoven for fuel, and it's -3 degrees there. So I dread to think what it's going to be like in Trondheim. But overnight tonight in the UK, we're apparently having our coldest night in over 10 years. I think it's going to go down to -7, which is very, very rare over here. I keep meaning to take a look at the New Orleans add-on. Was that Latin VFR, if I remember rightly? I do sort of know what the Sky Park is, but I don't know a lot about it, Supertramp. What's the coolest thing I learnt about the CJ4? Well, gosh, I mean, overall, how to fly it properly was pretty cool. The nav-to-nav transfer impressed me. So when you are when you're about to capture the ILS, you no longer have to click the nav button. It'll switch over automatically. I found that quite cool. I found his description of the FADEX quite interesting as well, because I'm not very techie and I've never really understood all that, and I couldn't explain it to you again now. But something to do with the N1% as you go higher, it can apply more power as the temperature drops, I think. I don't know. But that was cool. Yeah, just there were a lot of little tidbits of information that I would just never have found out any other way, probably. Have you watched it yet, Andreas? Hello, Sakif. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that is my intention, Stephen. And now I'm self-isolating. I don't have to get up at 4:45 in the morning and go out in it, which is the best thing. Good. I haven't reviewed a Latin VFR scenery since Barcelona, and I might have to check that one out. Yeah, I don't think the Sky Park is my thing. I don't think it's really my bag. But I might be wrong. Same as these other ones which sort of help you simulate a company or gives you prescribed routes to fly. And I like to sort of do my own thing in this sim, either simulating real-world A320 routes or going wherever I fancy in this this jet. Yeah, mine does as well, Ross. I don't think I'll be self-isolating for 2 weeks. It's just while I'm waiting for my test results, because I don't know if anyone else does it, but there's an app called the Zoe COVID Symptom Study app. And you go on there and you put in your symptoms, and it basically tracks things, and attempts to discover patterns in symptoms that might not otherwise be thought of as COVID symptoms. But I had a bit of a tummy ache, that's what my blood tests and that were about. It's still there, it's not too bad. So I put that symptom in, and they sent me an email saying, we'd like you to take a COVID test. So I ordered a home test kit, did it today, had to ring up to register it because it wasn't working on the website. And the woman said, you must self-isolate until the results come back. And I said, but I don't have any symptoms, I'm doing this because of this app. And I'm pretty sure I don't have COVID, but she said, no, you have to self-isolate. But only till the results come back. I'm sure they'll come back negative, and they'll probably come back tomorrow or Saturday, I'd imagine. So only a few days off. I haven't looked at the Just Sim Hamburg, no. I was a little bit put off by their Düsseldorf, and I haven't heard great things about it, but so I'm sort of trying to slim down my reviews to products that I think are probably going to be good and that I'll probably enjoy, rather than just going for all of the big releases. Is Louisville, is it Flight Beam? Welcome back, Superfly. No, you haven't missed much at all. We've just been having a little chat. Flying up over France at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I would be amazed if I had COVID, Stephen. I don't go near anyone. So I'm not particularly anxious, which is good. It's nice to have a couple of days off because of COVID and not actually being worried that you've got it. Oh, that's exciting, Ludwig. Thank you, Jessica. I'm sure it will. FS Dream Team, that's right, that's right. You're welcome, Pedro. Good question, Superfly. Let's have a look at the progress page. An hour and 29 minutes, apparently. Can I name a 7-hour flight? London to New York's about 7 hours. Yeah, I think everyone's saved up a little something for the CRJ. Probably the most eagerly anticipated flight sim add-on of all time, I imagine. The first payware airliner. I think I've said this before, but my plans with the CRJ are, as long as I'm not at work when it's released, which sod's law says I will be, I'm just going to get it, I'm going to start a stream, and you can all watch me learn and flounder and see how it goes. So I've just realised I don't need Navigraph, I can look on Volanta to see where we are. And currently, We are just west of Toulouse. Up ahead of us is a Thomas Cook flight going to Manchester from Palma de Mallorca. So we're about a third of the way into the flight, I'd say, something like that. Which seems to be what that bar at the top is suggesting as well. Cruising altitude is flight level 430. In Sweden it comes big stocks of flights in products with such a small community. Oh right, you've got a little bit of a flight sim add-on racket going on, have you? No, I haven't used the cloud fix, and this is the first time they've looked grainy for ages. So I sort of had decided I didn't need it, but I think I probably do. Yeah. So yes, you mostly do VFR stuff, do you, Jenny? Thank you, Pablo. Nice to see you. How are you holding up? Are you better yet? You should all load up the lantern storm here. Oh, Innsbruck to Bastia sounds good, Ludwig. I'm going to add that to the list. I don't know where the list is. I might have lost the list. Oh no, here we are, future flights. So on the list we have Delhi to Paro for whenever a Delhi scenery is released, Auckland to Queenstown for whenever Auckland is released, Palanga to Luton whenever a Palanga is released, something in Colombia, something from Rio, Sydney to Ayers Rock we have done, Prague, Valentine and Innsbruck to Bastia. And all of these will happen as and when there's decent scenery available. My plans for the next flights, I was going to discuss that actually. So if I stream tomorrow, which I think I probably will, then I would like to do the return leg of the last A320 flight, so from Santorini back to Gatwick. And I'd like to know from you lot where you would like to go from in the CJ4. If we're finishing up in Trondheim today, I'd like to start in Trondheim. And I'd like to go somewhere with decent scenery, with decent airport scenery, but I'm open. So any suggestions after Trondheim, let's hear them. Oh yes, that's right, you use on air with the TBM, I did know that, sorry I'd forgotten. Yes, on GitHub Superfly, as Robert says, if you search for A32NX fly-by-wire, you'll find it. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, VFR around the world. I haven't got that much more of Britain to see and bimbles around Britain, so I'm thinking a little bit about where we do our next VFR group flight. Yeah, Innsbruck to Bastia does work. Trondheim to Sandefjord to Gothenburg. Yeah, it's quite short though. But it may be. Thank you, Catherine. Oh yes, SCQM. That's a good idea. Oh, I wonder if this aircraft could do Quito to Rio or something like that. That might be fun. Could do Trondheim to Cologne Bonn. I don't know if there'd be much point stopping off in Gothenburg for a flight like that. This is true, Darren. Yeah. I'm going to be spending a lot of tomorrow flying around London, I think. Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing all right, Pablo. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll be finishing the UK group flight, and I would probably quite like to redo a couple of legs to compare with the new scenery. But after that, I'm sort of thinking maybe Switzerland, but maybe also Japan. Because I got very into Japan after the first World Update, and I haven't been back for ages, so maybe a VFR tour of Japan might be possible. Castellarizo. Let's have a little look, see if there's any scenery for it. No, I don't think so. Nothing on Flight Sim TO. There's a Flight Sim X scenery for it, but nothing for this sim, unfortunately. Canaries, no scenery at the moment. I have the, I don't have Orbex's Samos, no. Unless they've started selling the one that I do have. I was only aware of one Samos that I did a review of. Terrainy Studios. Might be available through Orbex. A little look now. It's beautiful from the air, it really is. I did a few airliner flights there. Yeah, we could try Thessaloniki. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is the Terrainy Studios Samos that's being sold through Orbex now. It is beautiful, we should go there. That could be an interest. It's a bit of a long route though, actually. Trondheim to Samos via Cologne. Where are you flying, Rodrigo? There is a Thessaloniki scenery, but it's not amazing. No, I don't have CAN, but I should get it. I should get it. I've been meaning... It looks really good, actually. Ah, to Heathrow. From where? Do you know, I think I'm going to plug Club Filbert quickly. I haven't done that yet today. So if you enjoy my channel and you enjoy the stuff I produce and these live streams, you can sign up as a member for a small monthly donation. I have two tiers of membership, Club Filbert Bronze and Club Filbert Silver. Club Filbert Bronze gives you access to the custom avatars that you'll see next to some people's names in the chat. And Club Filbert Silver gives you also, in addition to that, a monthly private members-only live stream. And both give you access to a couple of private channels on Discord as well, which I call the Club Filbert Lounge. So if you're interested in that, you just click the join button down below. And if membership isn't for you, then you can always make a small donation via streamlabs.com/filbertflies. Or a big one, actually. Don't let me put you off making a big one. Oh, thank you, Wi-Fi Place. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Ah, Aberdeen. Right, okay. Nice flight. That is tempting, Demetrius. Yeah, it does sound good, Ludwig. I quite like the idea of Trondheim to Cologne for the next stream, actually. Yeah, this is Cora Zia we're listening to on Epidemic Sound. It's not free, but you can find her, and she's available on other platforms as well. She's on Spotify, and YouTube Music, and Deezer. No, the 787 and 747 aren't very good in this sim, so I'm probably going to hold off on the long haul stuff until we get a decent add-on long hauler. I mean, I might, never say never, I might fancy giving it another go, but it doesn't hugely appeal at the moment. Scott, hello, nice to see you. Thank you, that's very nice of you to say. Glad you could make it to a stream. Oh, that's a good long flight, James. What are you flying? Yeah, Cologne's fantastic. Yeah, that was my experience of it as well, Flyzilla. I know it would be hugely popular. I know a lot of people want to see 747 flights, but if it's not realistic, there's no point doing it. That's my view. You made it, though. Where were you flying from again? I know you ended up in Manchester, but I can't remember where you started. I'm ever so sorry. I've been on mute this whole time. I've answered all of your questions and talked quite a lot. I'll answer the ones that I think you've missed. How am I coping well in lockdown? I'm doing okay during lockdown. I don't go out other than to go to work and the odd walk here and there. But I'd rather be locked down and watching the case numbers fall than be going out a lot and watching them rise, and I think the end's in sight, so that's good. In terms of marketplace stuff, in terms of the XE mod for the 787, I hadn't heard of it. I've looked it up now. And I think they won't be able to do anything with the flight model, and that's what really needs fixing. It's nice to see them improving the displays and the FMC and other bits of the cockpit, but really I just want to have a plane that feels like I'm flying a 787. In terms of the marketplace, I very rarely get anything through the marketplace because it takes so long to come out there, because the developers get a smaller cut, and because it takes ages to be updated. So I'm a big fan of buying stuff from all over the place and anywhere but the marketplace, really, unless there's a good deal on there. Yes, so I sort of combined my answer to you, Rob, with the question about how I was finding lockdown. Yeah, Skiffle to St Martin, yes. I used to do that a lot in earlier sims. I'd love to do it again. And in terms of the 1 minute flights between the small British islands, I initially read that as British Virgin Islands, so I'll give you an actual answer rather than waffling on about the Caribbean, which I did while I was on mute. I think people aren't that interested in watching VFR streams. I don't understand why, but I get far more views on the airliner streams than I do my bimbles around Britain. So, but maybe that'll change once the update's released. Maybe people will be keen to see that. I don't know. How did you lose an engine, Rodrigo? And I'm caught up, and now I'm going to put myself on mute and grab a glass of water, but I'll remember to take myself off mute again. Right, I'm back. Yeah, you should get Las Vegas, Jenny. If you're gonna get anything off the marketplace, get that, because it's right up there with Cologne for my favourite scenery of all time for this sim. Okay, Ludwig. Let's have a look. We're landing in 1 hour and 5 minutes, so I hope to see you then. Oh, you were talking about the British Virgin Islands, were you? Or are you talking about the islands around the UK? Yeah, I mean, either would be quite fun. Oh, okie dokie, flight. Well, good luck with your meeting, no problem, and yeah, hope to see you later on. Take care. Good, I'm pleased, Jenny. You won't be disappointed. And if you're worried about forgetting where you bought it from, you can just stick a little post-it note on your monitor. See you, Ludwig. Oh, thank you, Awash. I'm glad you found it useful. It was good fun to make, less fun to edit. I've never edited a 2-hour video before. I mean, it took me a very long time, but no, it's been well received, so it was all worth it. Hello, Derek. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah, good idea, Jenny. Oh yeah, you probably don't call them post-it notes in this days, do you? Sticky notes. So if anyone hasn't subscribed yet, but were thinking about it, now would be a great time to click the subscribe button and the thumbs up button while you're down there. If you're enjoying yourselves. So in the CJ4, it's not really down to N1 percentage. It's down to what speed you'd like to fly at, and what Matt was saying on that lesson was that really you want to fly it as fast as you possibly can, as close to the red line as possible, because you've got rich people in the back and they want to get where they're going, and that is how it's normally done. Yeah, things are absolutely fine with me, thank you. Glad you're keeping busy with the sim. There's far worse ways to spend your time. And far worse excuses for not being on my streams as well. Absolutely, you are all exclusive VIP private jet customers at this moment in time. Yeah, I flew the longitude a little bit in the early days, but as soon as this mod came out, I've not gone back to it because this is just so much more realistic and full-featured. I really hope that Asobo sort of allows modders access to the premium edition plane so they can do a similar thing with that. Be perfect for today's flight, of course, because the CJ4 doesn't have the range to go from Ibiza to Trondheim, which is why we're making a stop in Eindhoven on the way. Interesting, we've got Brussels Centre online. Brussels Control. So we may have a little bit of ATC. Which reminds me, I wanted to check our arrivals because I don't think this airport has the star that we had planned. But let's just check the latest weather. Wind 0308, so we'll go for runway 3. Yeah, it's got no stars, unfortunately. We might be able to program one in manually. Let's try doing that, shall we? That could be fun. Can you join me? Yeah, I'm on VATSIM, so if you want to fly on VATSIM, you can certainly join us. Oh, sorry to hear you're lagging, Demetrius. I hope it's not my internet that's doing it. It could be. Have a quick watch. No, it seems alright to me. I'm on VATSIM, Tintin. All the VATSIM servers are linked together, so it doesn't matter which one you choose. Good, I'm glad. Right, so let's have a quick look at the approach play then, shall we? Let's start Navigraph and actually be able to see the approach play. That would be a good first step. Right, so this is our arrival procedure. Can you see that? I think you can. Yes, you can. So we are planning on the Heli 5 Echo arrival. Which is this one, Helen 5 Echo. So we'll be starting at waypoint Helen, then going to Rimbu, and then Lichdo, Tupac, Iptas, and the Eindhoven NDB from the looks of things. Although that does seem to take us to runway, the wrong runway. So let me just... No, it doesn't. Hang on a second. Some of this I should do in my head. Okay, so we'll do the ILS Yankee runway 3 via EHN. Let's see what that looks like on the map. Okay, so it's one of those like I did in the lesson actually, where you fly overhead the airport and come back. Evidence, please. Glad you're enjoying the music. This is Cora Zia we're listening to at the moment. So, in that case, if we look at this, it does make sense because we're going to be flying to the Eindhoven VOR. So in the absence of a star, unless it's listed under the transitions, which probably shouldn't be, we'll go back to the legs page. And then we'll insert some way... Oh, I've lost my connection apparently, that's not great. Stream's going to be about 5 hours in total. YouTube doesn't allow you to use the word yoke. That's very odd. I'm not using a yoke, no, I'm using side stick. Specifically the Thrustmaster T16000M side stick. Anyway, I'm just going to get this approach programmed in. So, Rimbu. Then, Lichdo. Then Tupac. Ooh, I don't know which one it is. Probably the top one. We'll check that carefully afterwards though. Yeah, looks right in terms of distance, doesn't it? Then Iptas, and then EHN. And if we go into plan mode, I'll just close Navigraph so you can see what I'm doing. We'll step through that and check it makes sense. And we'll zoom in so we can see what we're doing. And go to MFD Advance, next waypoint, and click through. So the dotted line is what we've put in but haven't confirmed yet. So Rimdu, Lichdo. Let's close this menu. Tupac, Iptas, EHN. Looks perfect, doesn't it? So we'll execute that. That's now become active. Although that may have messed things up, or is it just coincidence that we've come to a turn? I'm too used to this, the A320, I'm used to it just going direct to waypoints for no reason. Let's just go back to our present position and make sure that the aircraft is behaving itself. A baddie to Bokno is what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, it looks alright, doesn't it? I think it's fine. I think it's just coincidence and I panicked for no reason. So now we just need to make sure that that approach is correct. We could perhaps choose a transition. Iptas seems to make sense. Doesn't give Eindhoven as an option. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the different approaches in case I've missed one out. ILSX or ILSY. In fact, if we go via IPTAS, then we don't have to do that weird approach. We can just execute that. The plane is doing some weird things, isn't it? Never mind, we'll just let it get on with it because it's still following our flight plan, so that's the main thing. And we'll step through the legs again because we probably want to get rid of now EHN, because we're not going that far. We're now doing the approach via IPTAS rather than via EHN, so get rid of that and we can get rid of that. Execute again, go back to plan mode and just step through it one more time to make sure we're happy with what it's done. Yep, that looks absolutely perfect, doesn't it? Good. So that's our approach setup, or the navigation part of our approach setup anyway. Close the lower menu, zoom out a little bit to get a better overview. And on we go. Right, what have I missed in the chat while doing all that? Excellent, Herman. Good. Look forward to seeing you waving. Thank you, Evidence, please. I'm glad you're enjoying the music. Yeah, for longer flights I like to have a little bit of light background music, nothing too heavy. So everyone else can say yoke, it's just... Demetrius, do you have a past of using yoke inappropriately or something? You're doing the Arnav into the Falklands on the CJ4. Do you put the Mount Pleasant MPA 112.2 at the runway on the chart for extra reference in the NAV1? Well, it sounds like a VOR, yeah. Without knowing that approach personally, I'm not entirely sure. You shouldn't need it for the RNAV, but if you're going to use it as a backup, that's probably quite a good idea. Okay, Jetaway, hope to see you later on. Enjoy your flight. Hello, Sam. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Well, I hope everything's all right. No worries, James. See you in a bit. Good, and we're caught up, I think. So you'll notice on that arrival that we do have some altitude constraints. So when we start our descent, or even now in fact, we could engage VNAV and then that'll stop us from busting any of those restrictions. And if there's no ATC on, it'll descend us all the way down to final without us really having to do anything. Which is probably the coolest feature of this plane, aside from the sort of in-depth techie stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, the Logitech Extreme 3D Pro is a good stick. That's what I used to use as well. And I don't have a throttle. And we should somewhere have a top of descent. It's clearly still quite a long way off. You'll notice it's calculated our descent angles between the waypoints as well. This was something I wasn't able, or that Matt and I weren't able to demonstrate on the lesson because we only had one altitude constraint, but it's actually telling us how fast we'll be descending between the different waypoints, which is also quite cool. I use the full version, Derek. I can't remember what it's called, deluxe or premium or super duper, I can't remember. Ultra Star or standard, okay, those are the options. I use Ultra. Pretty sure. And just a quick reminder, if anyone's here and hasn't yet subscribed, I would love it if you would click the subscribe button and the thumbs up below the video. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm curious about how much snow there'll be as well. Is it quite thick on the ground in the real world? It's actually not saying anything about snow in the meta. Gosh, that's a lot. That is a lot of snow. Hello, Matt. Nice to see you. How's it going? Really closed because of the snow. Oh, Reese, thank you very much for signing up. Welcome to Club Filbert Bronze. Nice to have you with us. If you let me know in the Discord server what your username is there, then yeah, I'll make sure you're added to the Club Filbert members channels. I'll look forward to that, Stephen. I'd love to fly Sophia. The closest I've come is Nish, which is one of the airports I'm doing on the 3,000 members giveaway thing. So yeah, lovely part of the world. Different country, I'm aware, but not too far away, it seems. Ah, good, good. Nice way to start the day. I hope you don't have to spit it out as I'm on approach. It's interesting, ever since we did our lesson I've been very, very self-conscious with my CJ4 flying, in case you ever see it and see how much I've forgotten. And now here you are. Thank you, Reese. I'll do it now. Then I can't forget later, which is what I often do. I know you do, that's what makes it all the more heartbreaking, Matt. No, yes, so I flew into Ibiza, I think it was, when was it, day before yesterday? And that went really well, I didn't make any serious cock-ups. And on this flight, I think I even managed to maintain, give or take 2 or 3 degrees, a 10-degree nose up on takeoff, and that's the first time I've done that. So yeah, I'm getting there, I'm definitely getting there. Oh, hello Superflight, welcome back. No, you have not missed much at all. I haven't landed yet. No, we're still a fair way off. I did set up for the approach, and I had to program in the star waypoints manually because it's missing from the sim. So that was quite exciting. We can always catch up on that if you find that sort of thing as exciting as I do. Right, Reese, you are now down as Club Filbert Bronze in the server, so thank you again for the membership. You're all here to judge. Don't pretend you're here for any other reason but to judge me. Yes, I will review Narita, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I'll get on that. I'm going to do Stockholm, what's it called, Torp, Sandefjord. I'm going to do that next. That'll be my next review, and after that, Narita. Yeah, I've never been that into Minecraft, but if it's got music like this, I might look into it. Welcome back, Odingo. Where did you fly? Kaloon, Georgia to Oshkosh. Nice. So this town you can see, or almost see over here, is Chartres, and we are not far off Paris now. We're just going to be skirting the western edge of Paris, and hopefully if the weather holds up we might get to see a little bit of it as we fly past. Yeah, Simbrief seems extra fond of flight level 430. It's been my cruising altitude for the last 3 or 4 flights I've done this, I think. I have absolutely no idea who Stampy Longhead is, Derek. No, I'm going to have to look him up. Okay, so he's got a 10 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, and he does Minecraft videos, does he? Okay. I'll listen to him after. I'm curious now. Nice route, so Dingo. The A320, I take it, yeah? Wow, that's a hell of a route, Hales Napster. So, Andrews, I've always used... Well, yeah, I've always used joysticks on the cheaper end of things. So I don't know what your budget is, but I'm currently using a Thrustmaster T16000M, which is very good, but this is my second one, and I had some problems with the twist axis on both the old one and this new one, and I had to take it apart to fix them, which was a bit irritating, especially on a brand new joystick. But it feels good in the hand. It's got lots of buttons, and that's my favourite of the two I've owned. Before that, I had a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro, which was also good. It's not quite as good, but it's about half the price, so I'd recommend looking at both those and choosing one depending on your budget, unless you're loaded, in which case there are much better bits of hardware out there. So yeah, so the latest, I know a few people have been having issues with an ADEV version. It probably isn't the latest anymore. A few crashes and things like that, so I'm encouraged by the fact that it's all working alright for you. I might have to update now. Yeah, COVID's here to stay, but it won't be like it is now once everyone's vaccinated, and we no longer have to worry so much about the serious illness that it causes. We will be able to fly again, I'm pretty confident about that. It just might take a little while. Sorry, Reese, I missed this. Where was this incident? Sounds grim. sheep on the runway. I don't know whether to be impressed that there are sheep in this sim, or dismayed that they're on the runway. Oh, in Burgas, right. Yes, yeah, I do remember now you've said it. And had you broken it, Reese? Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had some sort of add-on that was giving you actual sheep, which would be quite cool. So we're flying over the top of Charles de Gaulle's approach airspace at the moment. No, it's only very recently that there's been any talk of any flight simulator going onto a console. It's always been considered the sort of thing that is most appropriate for PCs, I think. But yeah, now it's coming out on Xbox. I'm sure it'll reach a much wider audience. Yeah, I bet it hurts a lot, Reese, if you've broken it. It sucks. Not a good holiday. Yeah, I haven't flown with a keyboard and a mouse for a long, long time, but I remember struggling with it a lot. Do I have any tips on landing the CJ4? Well, I mean, I would recommend firstly watching my lesson with Matt on my YouTube channel, in which he talks quite a lot about how to land it. But the biggest tip that I picked up was not to flare too much, because it really wants to float. So just the slightest of flares and then let it settle. But I'm not great at it. I still need a lot more practice. We'll see how the landing in Eindhoven goes, but I don't expect great things, certainly. Hello, Stuart. Nice to see you. How are you? I've just realised that hello wasn't really directed at me. It was directed at everyone but me. But still. I knew you meant to include me. How are things? It doesn't require an internet connection, no, so it's got an offline mode. It's got a couple of offline modes, in fact. You can either download certain areas of scenery and save them to your local disk, or if there's no internet, then it will still give you a sort of decent impression of what the area looks like, but you won't have the real world photo scenery that you get when you're online. I haven't heard of Unmatched ATC. Is that an ATC simulator? Yeah, good for you, Stuart. You deserve a break. Oh yeah, I've just looked up Unmatched ATC on my phone. Looks really good. Yeah, you should be able to run this on a laptop, I'd have thought, if it's a decent laptop. No worries, Michael, no worries at all. I mean, it's very cold and wintry all over Europe, but we have been quite lucky to be able to see a bit of scenery today. The last few European flights I've done have been in clouds more or less the whole way. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done that yet, and click the old thumbs up button. So this will be the Seine that we're flying along next to, I think. Yes, it is. And way off in the distance you can see Paris. I say way off in the distance, the outskirts of Paris are sort of here. It's just quite near where I used to live. But the centre of Paris is more covered by this haze over here. I'll give it a go, Demetrius, for sure. So you'll notice we can now see our top of descent point, which is marked here about 80 nautical miles away. So I think now would be a reasonable time to set up a little bit further for the arrival. So I'm going to get the latest METAR, and then we'll go down to the performance menu and approach and put in the wind, which has moved slightly to 020 at 7 knots. And the temperature is -2. QNH is 1016. And we can go to the next page now. It's given us our VREF and VApproach speeds. And if we press send, just like with the takeoff data, it'll stick them in the speed tape over here. Complete. So that's done. And then the third page of the approach ref just tells us what our landing weight is expected to be and what our maximum landing weight is. So that's that. Play on the PC, but you play with your Xbox One controller. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people get on quite well with the Xbox controllers. I can't imagine how you fly with one, but yeah, I've seen people doing pretty well with them. Yeah, I think if you're going to be an air traffic controller, Demetrius, a low traffic airport is probably the way to go. A lot less stressful. Well, a bit less stressful anyway. Mind you, there was someone on the stream day before yesterday who had been an air traffic controller and really hated it. This bar at the top is a little bit odd. It's saying the outside air temperature is 53 degrees. That can't possibly be right, can it? The wind's accurate. I don't know what that's about. How can you change the barometric pressure? From 29.2, so between hectopascals and inches of mercury, you mean? You go to, see if I can remember, Index. No, you don't. No. Here's what you do. You go to the PFD menu. I'm just going to do it, and then I'll talk. In case I'm getting it wrong. And then I think you go to config. And then yes, you see this top option is pressure, and it currently says hectopascals. Then you use the inner knob to switch between inches and hectopascals like that. And then once you're done, you just use the escape key to get out of the menus. All covered in the live lesson, so if you've got any other questions about the CJ4, feel free to ask me on the stream, but if you really want to know how to fly it, I'd recommend watching the live lesson that Matt and I recorded. Oh, is it saying minus 53? It's very small for me on my little preview window, so maybe it is. Yes, I think you're right, yeah, good. It just doesn't, yeah, it doesn't look like it from here. The minus next to the minus 30 for the true air temperature looks very clear, and the one next to the 53 doesn't for some reason. Odd. Do you know, Stephen? I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so. Matt, are you still here? Yeah, I saw that video as well, Demetrius. Yeah, it was really interesting, wasn't it? It was chaos, but it was quite calm. It was quite ordered chaos, I think. Yeah, UK World Update should come out tomorrow. You would also use a profile. Thank you. We were talking about perhaps doing some little little mini lessons for different types of approach, and I think that would probably make a good first one, actually. So interestingly, Brussels radar is on, but I don't know if we're going to get to them first or our top of descent first. So I don't know if we're going to be waiting for a descent clearance or just going for it. We'll have to see what happens. All very exciting. So their airspace starts at Aduto. How far are we from Aduto? Should be able to see that in the progress page, I think. Not yet. Unless you can put a waypoint in here. I'll try and see what happens. No, I don't. No, okay. But we could add up the distances, roughly. So about 12 miles, 13, 14, 15 miles, about 30 miles to CMB. 41, so just under 50 miles to Aduto, I'd say. Yeah, let us know how it goes, Stephen. Very excited for the UK World Update. Me too. I just hope it doesn't break all of the nice modded aircraft. But if it does, they'll be fixed. Hello, Avnish. Welcome. No, yeah, you won't miss the approach. If you stick around, we're doing 2 approaches and landings today because we're just making a brief fuel stop at Eindhoven and then carrying on to Trondheim. Jason, hello. Welcome. In Europe, we use hectopascals. And I've just got a message from Brussels radar, Brussels Centre, what are they called? Brussels Control. And he wants me to contact them now on 131.1, so let's do that. And see if I can get into any trouble with ATC today.
British Council, good afternoon, gravity 7800, flight level 340. Gravity
We use
7800, good
hectopascals in
afternoon,
Europe.
Squawk 7174. Gravity 7800, Squawk 7174.
Brussels Control, good afternoon. Citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango at flight level 430, inbound Sulex.
Go Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango Brussels, hello, Squawk 7160.
Squawk 7160, Citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango.
Gravity 7800, identified, you need an alt flight level 33 at 350.
Why was it so disgusting, Jason?
Gravity 7800, say again. Gravity 7800, you need an alt flight level 33 or 350.
Oh yeah. It's not a good time to be out and about.
Gravity 7800, roger, descend after level 330. Gravity 7800, descending flight level 330. Golf Bravo Tango identified, when ready, send to flight level 160 level Helen.
When ready, descend flight level 160 level by Helen, Golf Bravo Tango. So what I'm going to do now is just wind the altitude selector down to flight level 160. And he wants us level by Helen, and I think our constraint at Helen is 160. Let's go to the legs page and check. Oh no, we don't have any altitude constraints at Helen, so if we put in 16,000, then it should, I think, recalculate our top of descent. Maybe? This is the first time I've had an ATC-controlled descent. I don't think it will. I think we're too far away, so we need quite a steep descent now to get down there, which is a shame. So we're going to use vertical speed.
Agent 6 Tango Hotel after Flora, Foxtrot Lima Oscar, direct to the Brussels, you are the Bravo, Uniform Bravo.
And we're going to just have to... we'll see how it goes. We'll see how a 4,000-ish feet per minute descent goes. I suspect not very well for the passengers. But anyway, that's what he's asked for, and who am I to argue? No, so hectopascals are the ones without the decimals, so 1013, 1095, that sort of thing. And inches of mercury are the ones with the decimal. This does seem like an unreasonable rate of descent, doesn't it? I suppose I'm the captain. I could have just told him that we were unable to get down to 160 by Helen, but yeah, well. Just going to have a look at the star chart in case I've missed some sort of constraint, but no, there are none. No. And we need to go down even quicker. Yeah, earlies are always horrible. I know exactly how you feel. Even worse when it's icy out. I was going to have to do earlies tomorrow, but I now have to self-isolate, even though I'm very, very certain I don't have COVID. But I've had to take a test because I do this symptom study app. I was saying this at the beginning of the stream, so I know a lot of you have heard it before. And I've had a bit of tummy pain lately. Put that symptom in and they asked me to get a test. So I ordered a test, rang up to register it, and she said, you have to self-isolate. I said, but I don't have COVID symptoms. She said, it doesn't matter, you're waiting for a test result, you have to self-isolate. So now I'm not going to work tomorrow, and I'm rather pleased, to be honest. We should demo vertical direct. We should. I don't know what it is. Yeah, maybe we could do like a combo of some kind of vertical direct followed by an RNAV approach. Or no, probably not. We should do them separately, but we could film them at the same time. They are. They love it though. They told me after we filmed the live stream that they particularly enjoyed my... What's happening here? Now it's decided we only need to... Oh, it's captured the VNAV path, okay. So why did it command such a rate of descent then? That was clearly unnecessary. Oh well, all's well that ends well. Yes, they were telling me that they really enjoyed my steep turns around to backtrack along the runway. Exactly, Jason. I'm quite happy overall.
Roger, line up and wait, runway 04 right, north of traffic just departed.
Line up and wait, runway 04 right. Okay,
and again, I'm using idle throttle, which I shouldn't be doing. I was just very concerned by the steep rate of descent, but actually we've slowed down more than I intended us to by now. I've never seen Silverado. Oh, was I? I was a bit under it, fair enough. I thought I wasn't low enough, and then I obviously overcompensated. Good, I find your presence very reassuring, Matt. Thank you for the encouragement. Next stream will be probably tomorrow, and it'll probably be an A320 stream from Santorini back to Gatwick. Yeah, I know. Tonight's going to be the coldest night we've had for 10 years, I believe, Jason. Which is why I was particularly dreading getting up tomorrow morning at 4:45. So you have my sympathy, and I totally understand if you hate me now. Do I know how reverse thrusters work? Yes. So if you're referring to this aircraft, it doesn't have reverse thrusters, but most airliners do. And after you touch down and reduce your thrust levers or throttle levers to idle, then you can use the F2 key, unless you've got a custom throttle, to enter reverse thrust, and the longer you hold the F2 key, or the further back you drag the throttles, the more reverse thrust you'll get. So it's used to slow the plane down after landing. CJ4 is nice blue energy, it is. It's a great plane. Just plus 350 for 430. Nice, glad it's going well. Awash. Oh, how much do I want you to donate, Jason? I would say to do that... What time does your shift start?
Gravity 7800, North Federal ATC, secure Unicom 122.8, bye-bye. Gravity 7800, monitoring Unicom 122.8, good take flight.
So I'm just adjusting my throttle to sort of keep fairly close to the red line. But for my first ATC controlled descent and approach, don't mind if we're a little bit slow. 415 to 1400, £800, Jason. £800, I'll do it. No, Stephen. Well, you might not need it, but Matt said that you should press the approach button. How do you get VATSIM? You have to go to VATSIM.net, and everything you need to know is on there. In real life, how do they slow the plane? They open a bit at the back of the engine, and they blast air forwards rather than backwards. And so it's basically they slow the plane in the same way that the engines accelerate the plane, but in reverse. That's my understanding. Anyway, I'm not an expert on that. Tell you who would be Flightzilla, but I think he's gone back to work now. So this is Ghent down below us now, which is a lovely little town. I had a long weekend in a couple of years back. It's sort of like Bruges, but less busy, less touristy. So I'm just going to decrease the range so that we can see what we're doing more with the map. I thought you might not, Jason, but I do hate the idea of getting up at 3 AM to do someone else's job for them that much. Deliveries work with the mod? I think so.
Constitute 0, hello, identified, flying, flight level 3.
I really like the default livery, so I've never really bothered with it.
Okay, studio.
Golf Bravo Tango for 86, switch to Unicorn 122.83.
Over to 122.8 for Golf Bravo Tango. Thank you for the service. Bye bye. Now, why was he so keen for me to get down to flight level 160? I had a look on Volanta. There's no one around. He just wanted to test me, I think. So we may as well keep our descent going then, if there's no further ATC. Along our VNAV path. Up until 2,000 feet, which is our glide slope intercept altitude. So now what the aircraft will do is it will follow the constraints in our legs page, and you see we have no further constraints until IPTAS, and then down to 2000. And we'll see if it automatically tunes the ILS. We'll keep an eye on that, because this is an add-on scenery, but it's a freeware add-on scenery, and I don't have much experience of whether the ILSs work in those. Nothing in the Falklands. Yeah, I don't know why anyone cares about the Falklands. Hello, come fly with me. But really it's down to the people who live there, isn't it? It was a ridiculous... Well, all wars are ridiculous to a point, but that really did seem unnecessary. Welcome back, Ludwig. Welcome back, Flightzilla. Nice to see you. Glad your meeting finished early. We've just had a bit of ATC from Brussels radar. And I didn't get into any trouble at all, but he did make me do a very steep descent, which I wasn't happy about, but I did it. I'll have a look after the flight, Stu. ILS was working for you. Good. Ah, good. Good. Nice. You should join the Bush Pilots Discord, Stephen. They're doing a tour of South America. I try and tag along from. I should have told them off. Yeah, even things out a little bit. Something very passive aggressive, like I don't know. I'm trying to fly an aircraft, not control a roller coaster, or words to that effect. So we're now on the Star, which was not included in the in-sim nav data, but which I expertly programmed by hand. I'll just pop it up if I can on Navigraph so you can see what we're up to. Yes, so there it is. So we're coming in from Helen. We're now making this right turn. Going to be going up here. And then from Iptas, we're then going to be following a transition like this. Which is going to take us around and line us up from Ursel for the ILS approach to runway 3. Which looks like that. And it's 109.75. We'll see if it's auto-tuned or not. And I'm overspeeding. But as I said earlier, a little bit of overspeed never hurt anyone, especially when it makes the difference between you being able to look at the charts or not. Hello Echo, welcome. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sam. Yes, I don't use the Navigraph beta data. Or I sort of chop and change. I'm not using it at the moment because in the early days I used it and it actually caused more problems than it fixed. So I use it when I'm going to very small airports that I think won't have nav data. But by and large I find the in-sim NavBlue data perfectly fine until I arrive somewhere like Eindhoven. Let's reach the speed of sound. I think that might be a mistake. Hello Critano, welcome to the stream. What have we got on the FMC? Any messages yet? No. I think, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that when you're 31 miles out, that's when it starts trying to tune the localizer, is that right? That's certainly the terminal area, but I can't remember if that's when the auto-tuning happens. If anyone watching hasn't subscribed yet, I would really, I'd appreciate it if you did. And also click the thumbs up button while you're down there. Ah, good. I remember more than I think I remember. And now we had to do that dive down to 16,000 feet. You can see we're really in no hurry to get down at all. We're just only at less than 1,000 feet per minute. Wondering if we could go direct to Rusal. No, let's not bother. Let's fly the whole procedure, see how it looks. I'm going to risk an overspeed again and have a little look at the scenery. Yeah, almost there, Bernard. Do you know what? I think I should turn a bit of anti-icing on, shouldn't I? I think as we're going to be going through cloud, knowing what this sim is like, we'll turn on the engine-only anti-ice. I have to say the weather's looking rather better than the METAR was saying. We were expecting few clouds at 2,300, broken clouds at 3,500, and overcast at 3,900. Oh, we're approaching 10,000 feet, so take the throttles back to idle to reduce to 250 knots. Unfortunately, we're only descending at about 800 feet a minute or something. So, doesn't matter that I was very late to notice that. It is odd, Herman. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. Yes, I am using live weather. I'll post a link in the Discord server. Ah, and look, our ILS is tuned. Hooray! I think I missed the message. 109.75, is that correct? It is correct. Excellent. So we'll get to witness the nav-to-nav transfer. I'll turn on our landing lights below 10,000, and I'll turn on the safety light and the seatbelt light as well.
May I have your attention, please? The captain has turned on the seatbelt sign. Please fasten
Yeah, we do
your
all know what the
seatbelt shoulder
net's like. I didn't get your prediction today, Jason. Yeah, the icing is very, very overdone in this sim. And the snow on the ground is clearly underdone, yeah. I don't know quite how they decide how much snow's on the ground. Oh, interesting, Sam. Good. I think someone was saying the aircraft are less realistic in RFS, but no, it's encouraging to hear that you had a good experience. We'll play our landing briefing, I think.
May I have your attention, please? We will be
And while we do that, I'm going to have a quick look at my checklist. So, approach checklist. Landing data confirmed, crew briefing complete, avionics flight instruments checked. Close this menu. Fuel transfer minimums are not set. We need to set the minimums, which for this approach are 274. This is something else we didn't go over in the lesson, Matt. Totally forgot about. And I also forgot about it on my flight yesterday. So, minimums are here. And we're going to use barometric minimum. Of 274. .280 will do. Do I know if the CRJ has the same system as this does with flight level? I really don't know anything about the CRJ. The announcements are default with the mod, yeah. Yeah, they're included and they're recorded from a real aircraft as well. Reduce our range a bit so we can see what we're doing and carry on with the checklist. Fuel transfer selector off, exterior lights as required, they are correct. Done our passenger briefing, we haven't set flaps yet but we will. Seats upright and outboard, seat belts adjusted and secure, passenger light safety button on, pressurization irrelevant. Honestly, what must the passengers think? Diving at nearly 4,000 feet a minute and now we're barely doing 500. Gun crazy, congratulations on getting it over. Must be a big relief. Were they okay? I mean, other than being stressful, do you feel you did alright? How long is the next flight? Sorry, I missed that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's about 2 hours 10 minutes, so slightly shorter than this leg. We won't spend too long on the ground. We'll just get some fuel. I'll do the flight plan and then we'll head off again. So we seem to be... It suddenly decided we're above our V path. I guess that's just because we've moved, switching from one waypoint to another. And I'll start reducing the speed a little more now. Matt, can you do just import a new SimBrief flight plan without reloading the sim? I've never tried it before. Yeah, me too, Flight Sitter. I liked the plane before I did the lesson. I thought it was really impressive. But I didn't really feel I was getting the most out of it, and since that lesson I feel I know what's going on, which makes a big difference. I tell you one way to check if the mod's installed, a quick and easy way. Once you've turned the power on, if you just press the passenger brief button, if you get the passenger briefing menu up, you'll know it's installed. We just had V capture flash, so it's capturing the 4,000 feet, which is our constraint for this waypoint, and the next one. A little bit of a wobble there. No, I won't have that. It would have been absolutely hopeless without you. And I really appreciate you taking the time to do it. But anyway, we both had a good time and people are enjoying it, so I think we can safely say it was well worth doing. Ooh, Honduras to El Salvador. Nice. Enjoy. So you see we've got another top of descent indication here. So that's where we'll begin our descent down to 2,000, I think. Yep, for Ursel. And then that's where we should start intercepting the ILS. Hello Favik, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Yes, but interestingly, it can only cross the Atlantic westbound from Shannon in Dublin. Shannon in Ireland, because it needs to refuel en route from London City. Whereas on the way back, it can do the route all in one go because of the prevailing winds. No, I don't work in the aviation world. No, I work for the railway. So I'm going to reduce our speed further now to about 180, and we'll extend flaps 1, I think. And you can see the flap 15 indication here, so that's our maximum speed for extending the flaps. This is quite a sharp intercept angle, isn't it? So we might overshoot, but I think that's fine.
Altitude.
And I think we can arm approach mode now. Hello Dave, I didn't know you were here. Welcome. I didn't know that. I assumed it was because you were crazy about guns, gun crazy. I'm pleased to hear it isn't. Okay, flaps 1. I just used a tiny bit of speed brake there. So I was anxious about this turn. And there we are, it's switched, nav to nav transfer has happened. And we are intercepting the localizer. And obviously my speed is decreasing an awful lot having extended those flaps, so I need to keep an eye on that. Runway sighted. Ooh, there's an aircraft there. I was not expecting that. I should probably make an announcement, shouldn't I? Eindhoven traffic, citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango, 6 mile final, runway 03. And I'm not doing a great job of managing the speed, am I? The gear down. Extend the next stage of flaps and keep decelerating to our V approach. Let's have a nice landing. I hope so. I hope so. I'll do my best for you. The winds are a lot calmer than they were at Ibiza, so that's something. Oh! What's going... why... what? Getting a stall warning and it's lost the ILS. It's lost the glide slope anyway. Don't know what that was about. Autopilot. No, it's really wanting us to go, and I don't know what's happening here. Autopilot. We'll turn the autopilot off, and we'll hand fly it. We'll give up on that. Whack on wing and engine anti-ice. Okay, is that what's going on? That would make sense. Anyway, I'm going to concentrate now, but I'll catch up with your chat once we're on the ground.
Minimums.
Continue and kill the yaw damper as well. Throttle to idle. Spoilers. And we want to exit to the right, I believe. So we won't brake too heavily. Is this an exit? Doesn't seem to be. There's no yellow line. Keep going. So this is a freeware scenery that I'm using. I featured it in Freeware Focus 2, but I haven't actually... I think we'll take this one even though there's no yellow line. Feels like it must be a taxiway, right? Okay, so flaps up, spoilers disarmed, landing light off, taxi light on, strobe light off. Oh, this was the wrong taxiway. This takes us to some, I don't know what this is, some kind of military apron, I think. Oh, never mind, we're here now. We'll stick it next to these planes. We're only here for fuel, no one's getting off. Is it, Herman? That's good to hear. Thank you, Demetrius. Oh, we should turn off the pitot-static heat a bit sharpish as well, shouldn't we? I think this is plausible. If you have a business jet stopping in for fuel, you might not necessarily need them to park at the GA stands by the terminal. Right, so we'll turn off pitot-static heat, turn off the wing and engine anti-ice, set the parking brake, and I'm going to have a little look at the checklist. After landing, speed brakes up, flaps, pitot-static heat, ice protection, radar we didn't use, exterior lights as required, shut down, parking brakes set, emergency light switch we can't do, standby flight display switch we can't do, avionics switch to off. Oh, the standby flight display switch does work. That's a lie, it just doesn't move. Well, I never. Okay, avionics to off. Climate control selector to off. Ice protection systems off. Throttles idle, engine run stop buttons to stop. Close the stupid logbook thing. We may as well turn off the battery while we refuel, I suppose. Control lock we don't need. Engine covers we don't need. Right, welcome to Eindhoven. Still got some lights on, haven't we? Right, I'll catch up with the chat and then I will do our next flight plan and get the fuel sorted out. Have I got the latest working title CJ4? Yes, I have. The EU UK always has ATC on. Yes, not so much, not everywhere, but there's always someone on. This is true. Very nice landing. Thank you, Superfly, Rodrigo, Reese. Thank you. Traffic, DC10 indeed. Thank you, Demetrius. Yeah, we talked about the scenery being accurate. Good. Fill her up, please. Indeed, we'll do it. I thought that you had to go to the left and taxi around. But you might be right, Paul. You might be right. I've never been here before. Your battery compliments didn't come through. I don't know why that is. Right, okay. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to quickly do another flight plan for our next leg. Find out what we need in the way of fuel. And then we'll be on the way again shortly. Hello Keithru, welcome to the stream. You have to put your landing gear down before you extend the second stage of flaps, eSuperfly. Okay, flight plan done. Just put it into V-pilot and then we'll get set up for the next leg. No problem, Dingo. Sleep well and see you on the next one, I hope. Fuel available. 3 hours 50. And this leg we're going to be flying at flight level 410. In fact, what I'm going to do before we get going is I'm going to take a very short 2-minute comfort break. So I'll see you in a minute. And I'm back. So let's get started again. So we'll get on board. We'll set up the fuel, which is going to be 1886 kilograms. (1882) will do us, and our takeoff weight is going to be 7035. So we must have picked up another passenger or eaten a lot the short time it took to refuel. You can of course set your own payload in SimBrief, but I don't tend to bother, and I've never needed to really until doing a second flight, presumably with the same passengers. So that's that set up. We can turn the battery back on, and we can turn the avionics switch to dispatch. Cancel the warnings. And we'll start setting up the FMC again. So I guess do we do position init again? Probably do, because that's come a little bit, well, quite a lot out of sync. Go over to flight plan. We've still got our old one in here. I don't know if we need to clear that or not. Did the flight plan import okay from sim? Well, we haven't tried yet. That's what I'm just about to do. So index, route menu, flight plan recall sim brief. It's looking good, isn't it? Yeah, it's looking good. So let's do exec, and we'll go to the legs page and give it a quick once over. We are taking off from runway 3. Tulip Tusker Insus. I won't check the whole thing, but I'll just check it's done what I expect it to. Tulip Tusker Insus, Vazug, Vevod and Rotga. Indeed, Matt, indeed. Ah, no, it's only imported some of it. Oh no, that's it. That's it. There just aren't many. There aren't many waypoints, so it's just our star that's missing. Good, everyone relax. It's all going swimmingly. So let's quickly set up our departure. Ah yes, and of course we don't have the SID available. Perhaps we'll just do direct to. Or we could put it in the legs page like I did with the arrival, maybe. Unless it's got complicated waypoints that I don't know how to put in. We'll try. Echo Hotel 550 and 556, those are the first two. No, not in database. Now I think you can set up some custom waypoints in this, but it's beyond me. So we won't do that. We'll just follow what it wants us to do. So take off from the runway, climb to maybe 1,000 feet, and then head direct to Tulip. There's no ATC on, so that doesn't matter. So I'll just edit my flight plan in vPilot. No, I haven't reviewed. I did a preview video, but it isn't out yet fully. So I'm going to review it once the final version is released. So we can do our arrival route later on. For now, we've got our departure and all of our waypoints sorted, so that's fine. Go over to the perf init page, and it's imported our cruising altitude from SimBrief as well. I didn't know it did that. Let's just check the 0 fuel weight. 5203. Also correct. Takeoff then. I think it's even saved our wind. Oh no, that's the wind from Ibiza. So it's 020 at 9 here now. Another tutorial idea. Yes, absolutely. I should be making a note of all these. Outside air temperature -2. QNH 1016. And we'll switch the avionics on, because then we can make sure that the speeds are being imported in this next step correctly. So we'll press send. 106, 107, 117. Bosh, done. And that's it, I think, for setting up the FMC. So let's go through the before start checklist. I'll do it silently, you don't have to listen. We'll bung our nav lights on, get the seatbelt and safety light buttons on.
May I have your attention, please? At this time, please comply with the illuminated seatbelt and no smoking
Looking
signs.
good.
Thank you.
And we'll run the short takeoff brief this time.
May I have your attention, please? We will be taking off shortly.
Okay, so throttles are at idle,
Electronic devices.
and we'll start the left engine first this time.
Luggage and loose articles. Ensure your seat is in the upright and outboard position. Extend your headrest and fasten your lap belt and shoulder harness. Thank you.
I guess we should switch the nav source to FMS1. And while the engines start, I'm just going to get my flight plan imported into Navigraph. And I suppose these days I should be doing the same thing with Volanta, shouldn't I? Oh, Volanta doesn't know what's going on. Oh yes, it does. Good, that's done. I know some of you like stalking me on Volanta now. We're going to Trondheim, Favik. That's that. Engine 1 has started, so we can start engine 2 now. Why have I got a battery amp warning when we've got an engine online? Oh, it's gone now. Maybe it's the initial power load from the engine starter. That sounds like science to me. Electronics anyway, which I guess is a branch of science. Check our takeoff weight against our maximum. Plenty of room to play with. It's alright, Favit, I'm used to it. What aircraft is this? Where are we taking off from? Where are we flying to? What scenery is this? Good, so that's 2 good engine starts. Just scanning through the checklists again. Can turn the climate. Oh, we should close the flaps. Always close the flaps. Climate control selector to normal. Trims. No, they're in the green band, but we're still quite light, so I'm going to move it towards the top of the green band, I think. And flight controls are still free and correct. Speed brake ground spoilers are retracted. Flaps, we'll set flaps 15 for takeoff. Hydraulic pressure is probably fine. Engine only anti-ice. We'll turn it on, and before takeoff we'll turn on the wing and engine anti-ice, I think, so we don't have a repeat of the arrival. Takeoff date has been set. Avionics fine. Autopilot engage and disconnect, so we'll cycle that.
Autopilot.
And turn off the yaw dampers, having done it. Right. Altimeter. Ooh, I was a bit naughty. I did not set the local pressure. But I have now, so it's fine. And we got down okay, so it's definitely fine. Pressurization, irrelevant. ICAS looks good. Aft divider doors probably latched open. And we're ready for taxi. So, exterior lights. We've got our nav on. We should have put our beacon on before starting the engines, but there you are. Hello Tiago, welcome. Nice to see you. And we'll put our taxi on. Taxi light on. Yep, that's alright. Just going to have a quick look at the airport chart so I can make something approaching a sensible announcement. Wrong airport, that's Trondheim, not interested yet. Eindhoven traffic, citation, Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango, taxiing from East Apron to hold short of runway 03 via Lima 4, Romeo 4 and Romeo. Let's get going again. This is my first multi-leg flight in anything but the Cessna 152, I think. And watch that 60 degrees come into its own with this turning circle. Don't hit the... Did someone say it's a DC-10 or is it an MD-11? Whatever it is. Don't hit the military planes. It is Tiago, I agree. I like the A320 as well, but this is another level. Oh, thank you, Demetrius. That's very encouraging to hear. Thanks for saying that. Turn the strobe light on for crossing the runway. Eindhoven traffic, Golf Bravo Tango, crossing runway 03. Ah, thank you, Jace. I'm just going to have another quick look at the SID chart to see if there are any constraints. Were we actually following the SID? Because we could, you know, we could make an approximation of it, couldn't we? They are all at or above, but we have a maximum of 220 knots in a turn, so we may as well set our, well, we may as well pre-select flight level 410, which is what we're cruising at for this leg, I guess. Do you know, we might have even got away with taking off from the intersection we crossed at, but having come this far, we may as well go down to the end, I feel. At least to Romeo 6. And if anyone hasn't yet subscribed to the channel but would like to, don't let me stop you. Yeah, I think most people find me by accident, Demetrius. I don't feel that most people come looking for me. But I'm very glad I was recommended by YouTube, if there's nothing else. It's going alright, Rodrigo. Yeah. Right, so we'll just hold short of here. Thanks, Jason. Do I know what the maximum range of the CJ4 is? Not off the top of my head, but I discovered when planning this flight that the maximum range is significantly less than the distance between Ibiza and Trondheim. Right, so we've done our taxi checklist. We'll do our before takeoff. Ice protection systems. Right, we're going to switch to wing and engine anti-ice rather than just engine. Seats upright and outboard. Flaps still set to 15. Trims set for takeoff. So we'll just adjust that back down into the green band. Crew briefing's complete. TCAS is set to TARA. Radar is not required. We'll press the GA button. Got the takeoff indications there. Battery amps, 20 or less, they are. Ice protection system's done. I think I'd already said that. Must have jumped ahead. Pitot static heat buttons on. Exterior lights as required, so now we can turn on the strobe and the landing lights. ICAS looks good. Let's get going. And let me just look at our route again. Eindhoven traffic, Citation, Golf Foxtrot, Lima, Bravo, Tango, taking off runway 03, departure to the west. I've done a few lessons, Favek, but a long time ago. So probably not much experience of use to you. And before we go, I'm just going to push the heading button to sync our heading to the runway, because we want to climb straight out rather than, you know, immediately turning. And I think we're good to go. So let's do it. V2 plus 10, gear up, flaps up, trim for 10 degrees nose up, reduce to climb power, nose is a little high still haven't got my head around that, and now we can turn on the autopilot. And we'll go into heading mode, and we'll go into flight level change mode and increase the speed. Well, it's at 240, so the aircraft should now climb us out on runway heading, and once we get to about 3,000 feet, then I'll switch to LNAV. Yeah, we can do that now, I think. And it should turn to intercept our... okay, it wants to go that way. So what I really should have done there probably was change the heading to an intercept course rather than just hit the nav button. But anyway, we'll see what it does. It'll be an interesting little test. I noticed that the CDI is not doing a lot. Oh, it is moving away now. Okay. And we're passing through the transition altitude now, so we'll set standard pressure. And I've done the after takeoff climb checklist. It is good fun, Scott. Yeah, it is. It can be stressful, and you do get the odd grumpy controller and the odd grumpy pilot. But once you've pushed through that, it's well worth doing. This is pretty much what the departure looks like. Oh, I tell you what it's doing. It's going straight to runway 03. What I should do then is do direct to Tulip. That's what I really want to happen. So that was my bad. That was my bad for not setting up the FMC properly for departure, I feel. So the LNAV button is the nav button here. And we're above 10,000 feet, so we can turn off the landing lights. And we can turn off the belt and safety lights as well. And we're on our way again. No worries, Jason. I think overall that was quite a successful fuel stop. Yeah, that's right. Yes, VNAV, from what I understand from Matt, is very rarely used during departures, and it's almost always used for arrivals. Yes, I can't remember the explanation for this, to be honest. I guess it's because with departures you're going to be cleared to a particular altitude, so you want to get up to that particular altitude, whereas for arrivals you're more likely to be cleared via the star and following its various constraints, I think. But yeah, watch the video, Matt makes more sense than that. Lovely day over the Netherlands and Belgium. And we'll be heading out over the sea. In fact, why don't I bring up Navigraph and show you exactly what we're doing. So this was the SID that we actually wanted to follow, but which wasn't in the sim. So we're going to be heading west out, just south of The Hague and Leiden, and then we're going to be making a turn to the north, heading up over Denmark, and then up into Norway and into Trondheim. So it is quite a lot shorter of a leg, this one. Oh, you know what I should do? You know what I should do? I should update the details in Bene Overlay. There we are. The bar should now be working. Ah, yeah, that's right, Matt. That's right. That's right. I'll show you. I can't remember whose wing is whose, but I'll show you both wings, Caffel and Jason. So Just reset that one. There's someone's wing. Got a little bit of ice build up there on the leading edge in spite of the wing and engine anti-ice. And there's the other person's wing. And I'm going to turn on my other tried and tested cruise playlist. Which is Trevor Kowalski. That's yours, okay, good. Hello William, welcome. How are things? Where do you find your pilot ID in SimBrief? I will show you. It's easier to see than to describe. My password, that is. Okay, so here is a web browser, and this is the page where you enter all of your details for the flight plan, and your pilot ID is down here in optional entries. And you can change it if you want to. I never have, I don't know why you would bother, especially if you're relying on it to import flight plans. But so yeah, just put this figure into the settings page of the FMC and that will do it for you. We're still climbing very nicely at Mach 0.64. Ah, no problem, no problem. How's school going? How's the work going? I don't know, Jason. Your dad's mate had a CJ4. Good grief. How the other half live? Portland's sheep say very impressive. So good, good. They're speaking Spanish, are they? Well, there you are. That tells a story. Or a mixture of Spanish and English. Good, good, good. Glad that's going well for both of you. Let's just have a quick look at Valanta and see what we can expect in the way of ATC. Ah, nothing. There was a Denmark control online, but he's gone now. Might possibly get some controllers coming online in a little bit. When are we landing? Let me have a look. In 2 hours and 20 minutes, give or take. Nice. I can't believe you had a mate who had his own CJ4. I just never had you down as that posh Ollie. Jason, sorry, I don't know where that came from. Rotterdam port you can see down there, I think. Okay, Demetrius, good luck with your homework and your lesson, and yes, hope to see you for the approach. Do we fly over Purmerend? Check. Maybe. Unfortunately, my Navigraph isn't connecting to the sim today for some reason, so I'm having to look at a combination of Google Maps and Volanta to try and work it out. I think we're a little bit too far north to fly over Purmerend. I think. No, maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Is it near Leiden? Leiden. I don't know, Samsonite. I'll give you a look around, see if you can spot it. Yeah, I saw it on the map, but I'm just not too sure where we are in relation to it.
Altitude.
Oh, interesting, Paul. I didn't know that. $2,398,008. Right. That seems cheap. It does seem cheap for a BizJet. But for that kind of price, all we need is, everyone here to play the lottery. Just win a modest prize each, and we could get one. So we're just reaching our cruising altitude now. Time to keep a close eye on the speed. We're about to make a fairly steep right-hand turn. So Tulip, this waypoint we're approaching now, was the last waypoint in our departure. We've just cut out the actual departure section. Did we, Paul? That's awesome. We flew quite near Samsonite's house ages ago. Last time I arrived into Amsterdam. I'll just skip on. Yeah, I said 2,398,008, I think. Certainly what I meant to say. Hello, Kevin. You've missed our entire first leg, so I'd say yes, you have missed quite a lot today. But there's plenty more to come. We've just taken off from our refueling stop in Eindhoven. We've just reached cruising altitude of 41,000 feet, and we're heading onwards to Trondheim. Happy landing, Rodrigo. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're spending $2.5 million on a plane, what's another 100 grand for me to get my CPL and ATPL? I think we are clear of any icing conditions, so I'm going to turn off the wing and engine anti-ice, and we'll hope for the best.
Traffic, KLM 146 on final runway 06.
And just a tiny reminder to click the thumbs up button and the subscribe button if you'd like to see more of this sort of thing. And you can also make a donation via streamlabs.com/filbertflies, or you can join Club Filbert, which is my membership program, if you want to give a small monthly amount in return for perks. And you can just click the join button underneath this video if you want to know more about that. Yeah, it is pretty cold up here. The engines of a 747 are 400 million each. Seriously? How can that be then? If an A320 is 38.5 million. Thanks, Jason. The engines, both of these things can't be true. I'm going to have to do some fact checking, I feel. So the cost of an A320 is actually $101 million. The cost of a Boeing 747-400 is $240 million. So I'm afraid to say that both of these facts are wrong. But I appreciate you trying and sharing them anyway. Oh, and the cost of a CJ4 is we see. Fake news all round today. So a CF6 engine for a 747-400 is about $11 million. And we're just coming up to our overspeed point, so we'll pull back on the thrust a little bit and try and maintain about 215 knots indicated. Yeah, they're a bargain on air hauler too. Oh, I've just remembered something I can do. Yeah, you'd have thought they could have got their prices right now. I would have trusted that figure as well if I'd seen it, I think. I'd have still thought it was quite cheap, but sort of a bargain rather than impossible. Oh, no problem, Jason. No, enjoy your dinner, and I hope tomorrow's shift isn't too awful. I still haven't watched your video. I must do that of your flight to Paro. Isn't that stunning? Just never gets old looking at these clouds and the ground beneath. Good, Rodrigo. I'm pleased to hear it. Thank you, Jason. See you soon. I'll have a look after the stream, Samson. Morris is well. He's asleep with his sister Mildred by the radiator today. So that's a relief. I dare say I'll be getting up before we land to come and demand his tea. The prices you've posted, Samsung, must be for the aircraft, not for the engines. They must be. I'm even keener to watch it now, Steve. There we are. See, I've let my speed drop a little bit there. Better than overspeeding, but punters won't be happy if they peek through the cockpit door curtain. Ah, good, good. So good flight overall, was it, Rodrigo? Stupid phone. Good, I'm pleased. It does have a bathroom, Randy. Yeah, it does. Form an orderly queue. Yeah, 24 million's a lot of money. But how much did we decide this CJ4 was? Because 9.65 million. So in a way, I mean, it's only just twice as much as this plane. Much bigger, much longer range. So it might offer better value for money, I think. Ah, good, good. It is a brilliant plane. It really is. It's going to feel weird getting back in the A320 tomorrow after flying this, I must say. Well, thank you, Mbetmo. Hello to you, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would be a good idea or not until we started, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. How are things with you, anyway? Haven't seen you for a while. Good, I'm glad you're doing okay. Hello, LDW. Things are going okay so far. Yeah, they're going okay. We're cruising along nicely at 41,000 feet. Takeoff was alright. Had a little bit of an icing issue on final approach to Eindhoven, but got round it thanks to Matt's advice. And we've got about an hour and 24 minutes left to fly before we arrive into Trondheim. And this is my first flight into Trondheim, even though I love it as an airport. It's one of the best add-ons out there. There just aren't that many A320 routes, so perfect opportunity to pay it a visit. I've never seen the Lego movie, Randy, but I mean, you can't go wrong with Shrek, so I recommend Shrek. Hello, Harrison. Congratulations. Welcome to the stream. How was your day? Is it where you are? It must be really late, isn't it? Oh, I've just seen your pictures, Steve. Yeah, that's a barren looking airport, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I hope I'm able to lull you to sleep, put it that way. What is it you do that leads you to finish work at 4 in the morning? Oh, that is sad news, yeah. Very sad news. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. No, fair enough, fair enough. I was flying over the Andes last night. Actually, while we're in the cruise, I can post the link. I'll do that. With the MSFS Bush Pilots South America tour. Yeah, right, I'll post the link in the Discord. And the Andes are absolutely spectacular. But we've also flown over chunks of South America that are just a little bit samey, a little bit flat. It's in the general chat in the Discord still. How do you install MSFS on a laptop? Same way you install it anyway. Can can either get the Steam version or the Microsoft Store version, and just buy it and download it. I think it might be time for another little plug of Filbert Flies, which is the membership program, which gives you access to perks for a small monthly donation to my channel. So for £1.99 a month, or your local equivalent, you get access to 2 private channels on my Discord server. And for £5.99 a month, you get access, in addition to that, to a monthly members-only live stream. And for both those options, you also get custom emojis and, I've forgotten what they call them, little avatar things next to your name, like you'll see with Harrison and Stephen in the chat there, and El Diablito, and many more. So it's a great thing to do. A lot of fun to be had in Club Filbert. You can just press join underneath this video to find out more. Yeah, I've had a little look at Queenstown. It is stunning. I'm really looking forward to Auckland being released by Flightbeam. That'll be a good little city pair to fly between, I think. Yeah, cool. No worries, I'll do this. There's no pressure to get involved in Discord. Not everyone is into that, and I'd never heard of it until I started this channel, to be honest with you. Oh no, not until I started this channel, but until the sim came out, because I've never been that much of a gamer other than flying flight sims. Oh, I don't know, Impact Mom. I haven't heard about it. My gut feeling is that it's something that's on the sort of, yeah, we'll look at it one day list. Because I think we'd have heard more if it wasn't, but I could be wrong. Can we have piano music? Yeah. There's quite a lot of piano on this album, actually. Though. What do I think of the CRJ700? I've never flown it, but I'm looking forward to flying it, put it that way. I'll certainly be snapping up the Aerosoft version. Oh, perfect Glop, thank you very much. Welcome to Club Filbert, sir. Let me know what your Discord username is so that I can give you the right roles to access the members-only channels. Cheers, Favek. I'll do that right now. Assuming you're in my server, I assume you are. Oh no, hang on, you're in here as Favek Blop. So that's easy peasy. There you are. You now have the Club Filbert Bronze role, and you should have access to the Club Filbert Lounge channels. And thanks again for your support. So we're just skirting along the western edge of Denmark at the moment. We might, if the cloud cover breaks, get a little sighting of Esbjerg shortly. And yeah, largely sea until we hit Norway. We'll be flying west of Oslo and up right over the eastern edge of it, before making a left turn along our start in towards Trondheim. Is there, Harrison? I'm not seeing much at all, to be honest with you. Got my flight inbound, and there's it's an A320 SK4446, which is going from Oslo to I'm not entirely sure where. Ah, Longyearbyen Airport. Don't know where that is. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything at Trondheim itself, or even headed there. Sweden controls online. That's no good though. Need a bit of Norway control. Oh really? Are you on multiplayer or are you on VATSIM? Or am I just, maybe I just haven't got something turned on. Hang on, let me have a look. Ah, I think they're on IVAL. I don't have IVAL traffic turned on. It's a shame. They should switch over to VATSIM. How do I manage the throttle? Well, you have to keep an eye on it really, because when the wind changes and your airspeed changes, you have to adjust it. But at the moment, basically what I did was I kept it high until we hit 215 knots and then pulled back a little bit and just allowed it to settle, and it's been chugging along quite nicely at this sort of speed for a while. But yeah, you can't just relax and take your eye off it. Yeah, it does show IVAL, it's just a setting I didn't have turned on. But I've turned it on now, so I can see everyone. No worries, Ricky. Yeah, it did. Yeah, IVAL in Norway seems to be very popular. Maybe this is what they say when they mean that IVAL's more popular in Europe. I've never particularly noticed it when I've compared them in the past, but right now, yeah, definitely. The majority of the traffic seems to be IVAL. Actually, I don't know about that. Over the UK, almost everything is VATSIM. And I'd say over Europe as a whole, it's about 50-50, probably. Back of a fag packet calculation, you know, just turning things on and off. Yeah, I think it's about 50-50. Interesting that you can't see IVAL ATC coverage, but you can see VATSIM coverage, isn't it? And I've got to say, I've never even heard of FS Cloud. I don't know what that is. So, as promised, Esbjerg, just down below us at the moment. Yeah, it's true. That is true, Harrison. Let's have a look. What's the bar at the top saying? ETA 18:15, so that's in 1 hour and 7 minutes. Let's compare that with the... oh, it exactly matches the progress screen. We're really covering a lot of Europe at the moment, aren't we? Do you know what? For the next CJ4 flight, I'm a little bit tempted to do another flight to London City, especially with the World Update coming. I think it might be cool to see. Yeah, the 18:16 is UK time. Yeah. Which is the same as Zulu time during the winter. Yeah, as I was saying, I think with the new photogrammetry London, we probably ought to go and have a little look at what the approach to London City looks like. Assuming it doesn't mess up the Orbex airport soon anyway. Right, have a good trip out, Stephen. See you for the approach, I hope. Yeah. I think having looked at their forum that even Orbex don't really know whether it will get messed up. But to be honest, I'm quite happy to uninstall the landmarks completely, because I think the photogrammetry will be pretty good, and it's just London City Airport I'm worried about, really. Yeah, I did one. In fact, I've done a few, but I think I've only streamed one of them. And it is very steep, and it is a challenge. But it's a real buzz. It's a real buzz, the London City approach. I'd really like an A318 so that I can do BA1 and BA2 between there and New York. Yeah, I think I would do that route a number of times. Although I'm not a huge fan of the handcrafted JFK. I'd like a decent JFK before doing it. Another flight I really want to do that I did in P3D, but I'll wait till the quality wings comes out, is Heathrow to Perth and Melbourne. I've been live throughout Supertram. I've been going now for 4 hours and 23 minutes, so it's not so much a gain as still. Yeah, I have done a little bit of flying around Queenstown. What A320 routes are there from there, out of curiosity? I didn't know they were doing Brisbane scenery. That's very exciting. Oh, I'm just having a look. There's a flight from Queenstown, between Queenstown and Sydney, a Jetstar flight. That's definitely one we should do. I'm going to add that to my list. Because both have good scenery. Queenstown to Melbourne. Meh. I'd like to fly to Melbourne, but only with decent scenery. And Auckland, of course, which is coming at some point. Wellington, Christchurch. Hobart, that's also coming, isn't it? Yeah, you're right, Australia is definitely picking up. Flightbeam are doing Auckland. I think they released it for another sim. Let me just check. Don't want to be making things up here. Pretty sure they're bringing it to OS 2020. Yeah, they previewed it back in October. Yeah, the refueling was needed, and I didn't realise. I announced on the last CJ4 stream that this would be our next flight. Tried to plan it last night in Simbury. I realised it was too far, so yes, had to pick somewhere en route to refuel. Yeah, that would be an awesome one. Yeah. I think I'm probably most excited about the MDG bringing their 777 across, because it was a plane that didn't have much love in P3D. It didn't taxi very well, and it needed an update. But when they bring it across to this sim, I'm sure it'll be fantastic. But the 787 from quality ones will probably come first, I think. Yeah, the 777's more useful, isn't it? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a long flight. I suppose you'd have to pick your aircraft quite carefully as well, wouldn't you? Ooh, that's a good question. Innsbruck, Zurich, Gothenburg and Cologne. What would I add to that? Are you talking Europe? I take it you're mostly interested in European sceneries, because if not, Las Vegas is probably right up there with Cologne Bonn as my top. Well, I don't know which order I'd put them in, but they're my two favourite sceneries. But within Europe, Barcelona's pretty good. It's not quite up to the standard of those you've got, but it's a fantastic airport. You've got the photogrammetry city, and you know, there's loads of routes from Barcelona. Or Trondheim. Depends if you're looking for the very best scenery, or if you're looking to simulate them. Oh, Copenhagen, yes. Yes, Harrison's right. I've totally forgotten Copenhagen. That is the next one you should get. Thanks, Harrison. Munich's alright. Oh yeah, sure. Munich's alright, but it's not up there with the best sceneries, I wouldn't say. Yeah, Salzburg's good. But if you've got Innsbruck already, perhaps Salzburg is, I don't know, is not something you get as much use out of. Of all the ones discussed, Copenhagen for me is the best. Bastia's nice. Yeah, Bastia is lovely. It's got a lovely atmosphere. But it's not as good as Copenhagen, and I think you'll find you fly there less often just because there aren't that many real-world routes from there. But I don't know what kind of simming you like to do. You might not be quite as OCD about real A320 routes as I am. Okay, for me, if I had 50 euros to spend, Copenhagen definitely. I think Barcelona, because I really like the city, I really like flying there. And I'm definitely forgetting some that I've looked at. Maybe Bastia, maybe Paris-Orly, that's good. No, Bastia is beautiful. Okay, there we are. Copenhagen, Barcelona, Bastia. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Was there a Grand Canyon airport mold? It does ring a bell. Can't find anything about it. There's a freeware one, I don't know how good it is. Ah, yeah, that could be it. Samos I like. It's a fun approach, but it's not fun. The worst scenery is the worst scenery I've ever seen is Deimos Inc.'s Milan Malpensa. Dreadful. No, I haven't, Ludwig. No. Oh, I have. Yes, I have. It looks awesome. Yeah, I remember looking at that and thinking it looks awesome. But would I fly there often? And the answer was no. But now I'm flying the CJ4, maybe I would. I just haven't been able to keep up with everything that's being released, to be honest. There's so much of it out there. So much good scenery. Good, Rodrigo, I'm pleased. Yeah. Yeah. It made me angry. They've just released Nice as well, and that, I mean, I'm not getting anything else of theirs to review because I just, you know, I want to review products that I at least think I might like. And that was the worst scenery I've ever seen for any simulator. Yeah, I mean, I didn't hate Munich. I just think Gaia's version will probably be better. I don't know. I think it's not a bad job by Simwings. They've certainly done worse sceneries than that. Certainly not in the same ballpark as Deimosing. But yeah, there are better European sceneries for sure. That's an example of an airport that I think is worth getting because there are so many interesting routes from it. As opposed to something like Bastia Paretta, which is worth getting just because it's a beautiful area, really. Is that Nice LFMN? I'm in a brain blank. Yeah. Yeah, Deimos Inc. have done it, but don't buy it. Simple as that. I've seen the screenshots. They clearly have not upped their game since Malpensa. So hopefully we've timed this to land at sunset, more or less. We shall see. Yeah, that is the dilemma, Harrison, for sure. I don't think anyone's done Frankfurt, no, because it is one of the default handcrafted airports. But Aerosoft did an incredible version for P3D. It was really good. So hopefully they'll bring that across. Yeah, fair enough. I think that's a good call. But Gaia have been very, very quiet lately. They announced a whole bunch of airports a couple of months back and we've seen nothing from them. I can only assume it's because they're working on world update stuff instead. It's a pretty good sky, isn't it? Yeah, great minds think alike. Rotherham, Ludwig. I don't know Rotherham. Do you mean I don't even know Rotterdam. If you mean Rotterdam, Mallorca or Ibiza. What do I think? I think that's a good list. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'll be pleased with all of those. Yeah, Frankfurt's impressive. Very friendly VATSIM controllers as well, despite it being busy. Always had good experiences there. Either Mallorca or Ibiza. Yeah, I'd go with Ibiza rather than Mallorca, I think. But I say that having not actually looked at Mallorca. And it also depends if you want to fly online, because there's a lot more ATC coverage of Mallorca than Ibiza. I do. Rotherham is a town in the north of England, and I knew you didn't mean that. But I just couldn't work out what you did mean. Yes, I'm interested to see that as well. I think Gaia's will be better. I think FS Dream Teams is really good. But it's just a bit... I don't know. It's not one of their best sceneries. If you compare it with Basel, for example, there's no comparison. Yeah, Vienna's good. Where would I sit Vienna into that list? Probably between Trondheim and Orly. I did Copenhagen was my second ever review, I think, after Chicago O'Hare. Yeah. It's still one of my favourite airports. So 880 miles, 45 minutes left. Oh, sorry, not 880 miles, 323 miles, and 45 minutes left to go. No clouds, wind 130 at 5 knots. Weather's looking nice. Minus 14 though, that's too cold. Where are we flying over? Let me have a little look at the map. So we're over the sea at the moment. We're just about to enter Norway, near Kragero and Rappentangen, and then we'll be flying north, just to the west of Oslo. Yeah, I think that's a good list, Ludwig. We're at 41,000 feet for this leg. Yeah, Alison's good, and so is the new Stockholm, I've forgotten its name again, Sandefjord. So yeah, they're worth considering, but I haven't really reviewed those or had a good nose around them yet, so... Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff out there, and it's personal choice as much as anything else, really. Yeah, that will be good. But have you seen the existing Changi city scenery, Harrison, that I reviewed along with the airport? It's pretty good. Again, it might be worth waiting to see how Orbex's compares, but yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed with the ship traffic in particular. I do mean the Latin VFR Barcelona scenery, yeah. Bromma will be awesome, yeah. Straight there in the CJ4 when that releases, for sure. Maybe from London City. 2 proper city centre airports. Who was asking about Morris earlier? He's back. He wants his tea. He's scratching at the sofa. I'll try and settle him down. Yeah, the one by CloudSurf, that's right. I've forgotten their name. They've done one to go with their airport. It's not available through Orbex for obvious reasons, I guess. But yeah, you can buy it through Sim Market, I think, or possibly just direct from their website, or possibly both. Yeah, me too. I mean, to be honest, I'm not that into sort of cityscape add-ons because I mostly do sort of high-level IFR flying. But yeah, Cloud Surf City add-on impressed me. The Orbex Sydney's impressed me. So who's to say? Why can't I see Jazviki's Design's Narita on Orbex Direct? Is it not on? Is it not being sold through them? Yeah, that's true. There is no laser light show in the Cloud Surf version that I've seen. Oh, is it? Someone earlier was asking if I was going to look at it and it had only been released today. I assumed it was for MSFS because I don't look at any other sceneries, but you could well be right. I'm sure it'll come across in the end. It looks good. P3D version looks good. We were talking about Cloud Surf, yeah, but now we're talking about Narita. No, it is. Is that no? It is out for MSFS as well. It's just not available through Orbex. I don't know if it will be or not. But it's definitely available through Sim Market. And it's here on the Flight Sim store. So yeah, you can get Narita for MSFS right now, just not yet through Orbex. What kind of fuel load? I can tell you that. Hold on a sec. We took 1,886 kilograms. And the distance, total distance is 873 nautical miles. Well, I guess we may as well make a start on getting set up for the approach, to be honest. So we'll go to departure and arrival. Wind is 130. So we'll be going for an ILS approach to runway 9. And let me just check the flight plan to find out which arrival we're expecting. Vevo 1 Lima, or Vivo 1 Lima. And to get the transition, I'm going to have a little look at the approach chart. I think we want the Bampu transition. Exec. Matt said you shouldn't execute until you've had a look through it, and I forgot about that. But what we'll do is we'll go into plan mode and have a look through it now. This is a mod for a default MSFS aircraft. New boy. I know, it's a shame. I don't know why Flytamper's whole library isn't there. It doesn't make much sense to me. Right, lower menu. Plan, and we'll decrease the range a little bit so we can see what we're doing. Go to MFD Advance and step through the waypoints. It's weird, it doesn't want to go any further. Or maybe no. And maybe I stepped through all the way without realising it. Yeah, I think I did. So, after Bampu, we've obviously got a discontinuity. We have, so Bampu and then apparently Lanbo. Let me just look at the approach charts. Imagine getting something like Langkawi on, yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Thank you for the video. Oh, no problem at all, Mash. Glad you found it useful. Good, I hope your flight tonight goes well. Oh, no worries, El Diablito. Nice to see you. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it, Harrison? Yeah. They've added AU scene. I don't know if you noticed that. So we've got ILS approach to runway 9. Yep, and we want to go from Bampu to Lanbo. So that's fine, we can remove that discontinuity. And what was the other one? Vasug, Vevod and then Rotga. So that must be our star. Yeah, that all looks pretty good, doesn't it? Should be fine. And we'll turn on. Just check the legs page for altitude constraints. That all seems to match the chart nicely. So at Lanbo, which is the most important one, of course, we want to be at 2,900 feet. So it's got a 2,900 or above constraint at the moment, so we'll change that to exactly 2,900, I think. Bampu should be 4,000 or above, should it? Yep, that's correct. Bed V should be 6,000 or above, yes. Rotga should be 7,000 or above. Yep, that's correct as well. So let's go back into present position mode on here. And we'll turn on the VNAV. Why can I never see the button? There it is. And we can now reduce our altitude down to, well, whatever we like really, because it will follow the constraints. They haven't got too much out, so your bank account might be sort of okay. So yeah, you can see our top of descent over here, and I'm just going to step away. And I'm back. Ah, okay, yeah. Sounds like a as good a reason as any to get it first, Ludwig. And now we've got the approach set up, we should probably do our performance for the arrival. So 130 at 05. Oh, hang on, that's changed, isn't it? No, it was always that. No, it's fine. Minus 14. QNH 1030. Gosh, that's high pressure. Go to next. Send our VREF and VApproach speed in. Check our landing weight is within the limits, and it is. And that's us pretty much sorted. Yeah, Samos got added today anyway. It's been around for a while, but not via Orbex. Yeah, definitely skip a few coffees and get those, I'd say. Where am I flying over? Let me have a look. Kongsberg at the moment. It's our nearest town. Near Hockesund Airfield. And if anyone hasn't done so already, do please click the subscribe button and the thumbs up button. My favourite plane to fly is probably the one I'm flying at the moment, ESN. I like the A320 as well. So if we're talking about within this sim, it's those two. But in general, I used to love flying the 747, the PMDG one as well. And the FS Labs A320, I miss that. That isn't icing we're seeing. I was wondering that as well. I don't think it is. Purely because I've never seen icing look like that in this sim. And it's not visible from the outside particularly, is it? Might be though. No, it might be. Yeah, I'm going to change my mind and say yes, I think that is icing we're seeing. But it's not a problem. But we'll certainly be turning on wing and engine anti-ice on the way down this time if there's any hint of moisture in the air. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Boston Elf. I don't think I've said hello to you yet. Yeah, I've been warned. I've been warned by a fellow Norwegian earlier on. It's minus 14 in Trondheim at the moment. It's just too cold. I don't know how you stand it. If it gets below 0, that's too cold. In fact, if it gets below +4, that's a bit cold for my liking. But we're getting -7 here in London overnight, and we never get that. We haven't had temperatures that cold for 10 years. Yeah, it's a good city. It is a good city. I miss London as well, to be honest, despite living in it. Not much point living in a city at the moment, really. I haven't been into the centre of town for a very long time. on I turned the landing lights on. The co-pilot's been messing around. Lovely snowy landscapes down below us now. Somehow quite fitting music. It's tempting, Harrison, it's tempting. Will you be my friend if I claim asylum in Australia? The big thing that really has put me off moving anywhere else is that everyone I know is in London. I've got a friend in Vancouver, got a few friends in Scotland and scattered across England, but it's a long way, Australia, to start again. Oh right, welcome back, Demetrius. What happened with your lesson? What, you were just sort of signed in online and it just didn't happen, you mean? Certain politics are allowed, Boston. Certain politics. That's very much allowed. Oh, okay. How weird. I'm going to turn on a little bit of floodlighting because that sun makes it hard to see what's going on lower down. The flight's going very well. Yeah, very well. Not far from our top of descent. We check the progress page, we can see how much longer we've got to fly. It's only about half an hour. And I think it's going to be a pretty spectacular approach. No, I don't have X-Plane. I have used it in the past, but I never really got into it. I've always flown the Microsoft simulators and P3D. Anything I can help you with in terms of English, Demetrius? Don't ask me about grammar. Anything else? Yeah, but I don't think learning how to fly the CJ4 is going to help you with your exams. That's my worry. Okay, good. See you later, Demetrius. Have a good lesson. Beautiful country, isn't it? The destinations for my 3,000 subscriber stream are, we're going to be starting in Dundee, flying to Dublin, then to Vienna, and then to Niš Konstantin the Great Airport in Serbia. Oh, 30-minute flight level 270, it didn't pick up the ANA. Strange. Did you engage approach mode or not? Can't imagine why your flight level would have made a difference to the approach. Oh, you're talking about VNAV. Could have been too high potentially, I guess. My next stream is going to be tomorrow, eSuperfly, but I haven't yet decided whether it's going to be a daytime or an evening stream, but I'll announce it on Discord and YouTube once I've made up my mind. I think how long a typical climb to flight level 240, whatever you said would be. Yeah, I don't know. I can't begin to put my finger on what that might have been caused by. Yeah, it does. It does some strange altitudes. It does some strange routings and approaches as well. Sometimes. I've had to tweak things in Navigraph before now. There is a 320 on approach to Trondheim at the moment on VATSIM. Nothing else inbound that I can see. Oh no, there is. There's a Wizz Air. Is there a way on Volanta, like there is on VATSPY, of seeing all of the inbound and outbound traffic? I can't find it if there is. Oh, hello, Robert. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Still here, not for much longer. We're getting there. Troy, thank you for subscribing. 20 minutes to go. We're just approaching our top of descent. Yeah, it might be. It might be, Harrison. And Francesco, thank you for subscribing as well. And Egbert. I'm sort of starting to wonder if maybe Streamlabs is just catching up with people who have subscribed a little while back. But anyway, it's great to have you all aboard. And Alam Kilani, welcome. Oh, for sure, Stephen, absolutely. Oh, we've got a Norwegian centre on. That's exciting. 121.55. Right, I'm gonna kill the music because I can't concentrate properly. God, there's so many people subscribing. Thank you very much indeed. What do they call themselves? Polaris Control. Okay, interesting. Polaris Control, good evening. Citation Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango at flight level 410. Inbound VEVOD and request descent.
Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango Polaris. Good evening. Descent flight level 120 and set. Yeah, and you're identified.
Descent flight level 120. Golf Foxtrot Lima Bravo Tango. Just in a nick of time, there we are. And we can follow our
Polaris
V-path.
Control, good afternoon, Lufthansa 21 Charlie. Inbound Wabo, passing flight level 120 to flight level 360.
And you know, this is part of the joy of VATSIM, you know? You think you're going to have no ATC and all of a sudden someone pops online.
Squawk 7373, Lufthansa 21 Charlie.
A little bit of light overspeed. Forgot to reduce the throttles. Yes, who did I miss out thanking for subscribing? Let's have a quick look. Oh, I think I got everyone. Maybe I got everyone. Troy, Francesco, Egbert, Alam, Gabriel, Arteka and Rude. Welcome to Phil That Flies.
Shuttle 117 Polaris, good evening.
Yes, it is.
Flight level 370, identified.
Flight level 370, no shuttle 117.
Lufthansa 21 Charlie, identified flight level 153, flight level 360.
Flight level 360, Lufthansa 21 Charlie.
It is. I wonder if they're having some sort of VATSIM event, because it's definitely got busier as we've been arriving. I'm going to have a quick look. Can you lose flight level change mode during descent? Yeah, you can. You can. can't see any events on in Norway anyway. There's a lot happening though. Rome, Munich, Gatwick Midweek Madness, the Gold Run between FAOR and FALE. Don't even know where they are. Slovak Online Day. Yeah, Europe does tend to come alive at this sort of time in general. It's just not a very convenient time for Australians. The best place to be a VATSIM pilot, I think, is the States. Because if you want to do a daytime flight, you can fly in Europe where it's evening and there's loads of ATC online. If you want to do an evening flight, then you fly in the States where there's loads of ATC online. But for us, if I want to do a daytime flight with ATC, there aren't really that many options where it can be guaranteed. It's a little bit in Japan, sometimes, a little bit in China and in Russia.
21 Charlie, clear direct Aalborg, Alpha Lima.
Okay, direct Alpha Lima, Lufthansa 21 Charlie.
Golf Bravo Tango, clear DB Wood 1 Lima, arrival from me, 09er.
Cleared Vivo 1 Lima arrival for runway 09er, Golf Bravo Tango.
In Golf Bravo Tango, if you're interested, you can get the visual approach. Yeah, if you're interested.
We'll stick with the ILS, but thank you for the offer, Golf Bravo Tango.
Golf Bravo Tango, roger, expect ILS 09.
I have not had a look at the visual approach charts. I might regret this. Maybe the visual approach is spectacular. Oh, it's similar. Yeah, it's not much in it. We'll still get spectacular views either way. Kind of sucks. There's not really much ATC offered. Yeah.
Clear direct Zoom.
Yeah.
Clear direct Zoom, North 217.
Yeah, I can imagine that, Harrison. But maybe when you're in nights mode, it'd be worth just adding an extra night on and doing some flying in Europe around this sort of time. Or getting up early. Must be like 5 o'clock or something. Mind you, I can't see myself ever getting up at 5 AM to go flying. Okay, I don't think the light's so bright that we need our floodlights on to balance it anymore. Would you look at that though? Look at that sunset. Just beautiful. Yeah, half asleep Aussies populating this European sky. Yeah, I can imagine, Robert. Yeah, you're lucky. Mind you, the UK usually has ATC on somewhere. They're pretty good at covering it. Even, certainly on the weekends, most of the day. And most afternoons and evenings during the week as well.
Lima November Foxtrot Lima Uniform Polaris Gate evening, identified. Climb flight level 11.
Yeah, it was really nice of him to stay up though. I felt a bit guilty that I was a little bit slow getting set up. Because I started, I logged onto VATSIM like half an hour before starting, as I usually do. And I said, oh, we'll be half an hour. He said, okay, and then he stayed up even longer. I find it really hard to get the right... there we are.
5254 Polaris hello, squawk 5, caution, squawk 2044.
Just trying to dim some lights so it's less glaring. That'll do nicely, I think. Sim looks amazing, doesn't it? This is a real treat of an arrival.
Lot 5254 identified, flight level 410. Continue.
Continue, lot 5254.
So I'm using VNav mode at the moment, but I don't really need to. What I could do instead is just choose a descent rate of about 2,000 feet per minute using VS and descend to our cleared altitude of flight level 160. But we may as well follow the path for now, and then if we get a lower clearance than the star allows, than the constraints allow, then we'll switch to VS mode. yeah. I did say to him when he talked about going to bed, I said, do you have any idea who I am?
Polish control, Scandinavian 407, passing flight level 3000.
That does sound good, Bostonov. This is going to be it for today, unfortunately, because I've got plans at 7 PM.
Polaris Gate evening, climb by SID flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210, Scandinavian 407.
Golf Bravo Tango, descend flight level 90.
Descend flight level 90, Golf Bravo Tango. Oh, there's even an ATIS available for Trondheim now. It's wrong saying runway and use 27, whereas he's definitely told me to expect runway 9. But anyway, we know that the transition level is 8,000 from that, or flight level 80 I should say. Welcome back, Rodrigo. Let's decrease our range a little bit more, now we're getting close. No, you should turn off AI traffic in the settings.
to 3000.
So if you go to settings and then general and then traffic, you can turn off. It's got a choice between offline AI, online traffic. You should
Climb flight
all
level
off,
120
so
and
turn it
continue via
off.
the SID Scandinavian 4017. Scandinavian 4017, confirm flight level 210.
And our localizer's been
210,
tuned.
Scandinavian
So
417.
that's in standby, 110.3. Let me double check that with the chart. That's correct. And heading 086 for the runway.
Scanner 4047 cleared direct Rockno.
Clear direct to Rockno, Scandinavian 4047.
Oh, hello, Sukhoi. Welcome. Good timing. Just coming in for an approach into Trondheim. And as you can see,
Scanner
everything looks
4047
amazing.
continue climb, flight level 320.
Just
Nissan
beautiful.
320, Scandinavian 4047.
Golf Bravo Tango, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1030.
Descend 6,000 feet and QNH 1030, Golf Bravo Tango. So we'll set local to 1030. And we'll be passing 10,000 feet shortly, so we'll turn on the safety light, the belts, and the landing light. And the logo light, because it's dark now.
The captain has turned on the seatbelt sign.
And we'll pay our
Please
landing
fasten your
briefing.
seatbelt and shoulder harness at this time. Thank you.
And we'll slow down to 220 knots. Yeah, it's a long old trip this. I think I hadn't fully appreciated quite how long it would take us. It's 4 hours 20 minutes direct, and I added a little bit for the refueling stop. But yeah, we've been going for 5.5 hours
Polaris
now.
hello, cleared
which
to
is quite a
Baga,
lot.
Stop to Charlie departure runway 17. Climb 6,000 feet and scope 4552.
Got about all that to Charlie departure runway 17, 10,000, stroke 4552.
Scan 41, reback right. Scanner 4017, climb flight level 32.
Yeah, I did have a look at that
340.
yesterday, Favik, but there's no scenery
Climb
for it,
flight level
unfortunately.
340, Scandinavian 4017.
And I'm a bit particular about only
Golf
flying to...
Bravo Tango descent via start to 4,000 feet and via bump to transition cleared ILS from a 09. Report established.
Descend via star to 4,000 feet and via the Bampu transition cleared ILS approach runway 09. We will report established, Golf Bravo Tango. Good. That's a great trip. Two fantastic airports, Gothenburg and Kos. Really having trouble slowing down. So I've got idle throttle at the moment. I'm going to use a little bit of speed brake. We shouldn't be at more than 220 knots.
Singapore 31, Vision Star Put QNH1022.
Vision Star Put QNH1022.
So this is Trondheim itself we're flying over now, I believe. The airport's a little bit outside of town. There is a hospital here with a heliport. Soon, Rodrigo. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it, man? Yeah, the VNAV's doing very well, I must say. And there's the airport up ahead here. Yeah, I think I might do a series of trips to and around the Greek islands. There are loads of good sceneries. And the Santorini trip went down well, so I don't see why we shouldn't do a few more like it. It's actually a series of fjords. It's not far from the Atlantic Ocean, but it isn't the Atlantic Ocean itself. Yeah, I know. I just wish I knew what was going on with Gaia, because, like, as I was saying earlier, so many announcements, so few actual releases lately.
Altitude.
So after Bampu, we can descend down to 2,900 because he gave us clearance to descend via the start and the transition, so we'll just lower that selected altitude a little further. And now we're turning onto an intercept course for the final. We can use a little bit more speed brake to slow us down and extend our first stage of flaps. And on the approach mode.
Polaris Skogsel, Delta Echo India Zulu Kilo.
Delta Echo India Zulu Kilo Polaris, good evening.
Yeah, Skogsel. We're
Yeah, me
supposed
too,
to contact
Harrison.
you for traffic information. We are approaching Hurdal, 2,300 feet.
So I've armed approach
Westbound to
mode.
Hamar, VFR.
Delta Zulu Kilo Roger, and
Keep the speed up a little
confirm no intention to enter
Altitude.
PCMA.
Not for the moment.
Delta Zulu Kilo Roger. No report to traffic in uncontrolled, QNH 1025.
025, no report traffic. Yeah, may we change frequencies, Delta Zulu Kilo?
Delta Zulu Kilo, of course, frequency change is approved.
Delta Zulu Kilo.
Polaris Control, good evening, Rooster 25, passing flight level 320.
Rooster 25, Polaris.
Yeah, me too. I would have liked one of those.
Level 120,
Liverpool was an odd choice, given there's a,
Lunip for
yeah,
Lima,
given
right?
there is a good scenery.
Descend down to 120 and cleared for the Luna for Lima arrival, Rooster 25.
Polaris Control, good evening, Eurotransport number 77, passing 5,000 feet,
We'll drop the gear.
1 Alpha.
And the nav-to-nav transfer has worked beautifully. We're intercepting the ILS.
Good evening, climb flight level 340, clear direct Niro.
Direct Niro and 240 on the flight level, Eurotransport number 77.
Eurotrans 2977, confirm flight level 340.
Private 340, Eurotrans 977.
Golf Bravo Tango cleared to land, runway 09er, wind is 140 degrees, 8 knots.
Clear to land 09er, Golf Bravo Tango.
Scandinavian 4017.
He's very on the ball, this
flight level,
controller. I didn't even
320.
have a chance to report established.
4017, cleared flight level 320.
Clear flight level 320, Scandinavian 4017, thank you.
There's some good looking freeware photogrammetry for Edinburgh though.
Singapore 431, taxi, Whiskey, Delta, Yankee, turning point runway 17.
Whiskey Delta Yankee. Polaris, hello again, Delta Echo India Zulu Kilo.
Delta Zulu Kilo, correction, Delta Echo India Zulu Kilo, Polaris, hello.
Hello, we are 2030 feet just north of Bavad intersection. I request to enter TMA 4,500 feet VFR to
Yeah, Delta Zulu Kilo, confirm what's your request level again?
4,500 feet.
Delta Zulu Kilo, clear that TMA
Almost stage of
2000, question 4,500
And we'll
feet.
start
below.
reducing to the approach.
That is 4,500 feet.
Yeah, longer than I expected, Flaisel, but nice to
Jeg
see you
ble så
back.
opphengt at du begynte å bruke et IFR-punkt som et VFR-punkt.
No, it's out tomorrow, Richard.
Rapporterer dere selv på skjermen?
Jo da, greit, men da vet jeg at valgte
I think this is my first night landing
Nei,
in
bare det
CJ4.
er et VFR-punkt for din del. Det er notert.
Vi kan bare viske ut med en gang.
Polaris, riktig god eftermiddag. Midnight 1, 4,000 heading to 990. And we are ready direct Golf Romeo Mike.
Ja, Midnight 1, Polaris, hello, and confirm intention.
Attention start a VR approach from Golf Romeo Mike outbound. Head course to 1 Demon Diesel 10.
Yeah, Midnight 8-1. Yeah, let's see here. For now, make a left turn inbound to Golf Romeo Mike.
Left turn inbound Golf Romeo Mike, midnight.
Don't know, Flaisel. I'm feeling quite tired.
Midnight 8-1, I'll come back to you with
We'll do our best.
Actually, you will be number 1, so expect VR approach.
Can I hand fly it because I think the ILS is a little bit off bonk here.
Scandinavian 4017, 17 request descent.
4017, descent flight level 100, clear up north to Sierra arrival.
Descent flight level 100, cleared up now to Sierra arrival, Scandinavian 4017.
And as is so common, the
4047,
don't
descent
agree with
flight
the
level
glide
100,
slope,
cleared up
but
north to Sierra arrival.
we'll try and find a happy medium.
Descent level 100, cleared on the remote, sorry, hold on. Cleared on the remote 1 Quebec, arrival from a Spanger, descent level 100.
Continue.
Scannet 4047, cleared up north to Sierra arrival, runway 180 news. National 117, 1 to Unicom 122 decibel, bye-bye.
Going to Unicom 122 decibel, ha det bra.
And midnight 1, we are requesting delay vectors for the VR approach.
Midnight 1, Roger.
And welcome to Trondheim.
How much delay do you want?
I would like to be first vector northbound to enter the 30 degree within the outbound midnight 1.
Yeah, midnight 81. Continue on present heading, and I'll turn you around from the east part of the gun. Sky 431, clear takeoff from a 17. Wind is wind is 130 degrees, 3 knots.
I wasn't bad with it. I wasn't
Bravo
bad.
Tango, taxi to GA. Good evening.
Taxi to GA, yeah, Golf Bravo Tango. Thank you for the service. Bye bye. Right, taxi light on. Strobes off.
And
yeah, don't blame me, Suka.
Midnight 81, turn left heading 050.
Left 050.
And that's interesting, there's no taxi lighting down here. Oh, there is, I've just gone the wrong way. As is my want. Gracias, Stephen. And what I'm actually going to do now, especially as there's no one else around, is I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. Because I don't actually want to park at the GA parking. I want to park at the terminal because it's beautiful. And I've got a feeling, rightly or wrongly, that a business jet with passengers of the calibre of those in the back would not be stuck out in the corner somewhere. So I'm going to park at one end of the terminal. Very good, Scott. But unfortunately, I'm out of hours. There's very little in the way of taxiway lighting, isn't there? Very little. Assume this is a taxiway centre line. Yeah, exactly, Sequoia. And here we are. And I'm not going to do the checklist this time. I'm going to follow Matt's advice and just turn everything off. So climate control off, avionics off, shut down the engines, turn off the seatbelt and safety lights, turn off the other lights, and battery off. So here we are in beautiful yet freezing Trondheim. Right, what have I missed in the chat? What's the circle thing when you're landing? Is it like ILS? Yes, I think so. You haven't liked the video? Oh, I have now. Good. Whew. Nearly had a coronary, Flightzilla. Thank you for the compliments on the landing. I did veer to the right a little bit after touchdown, yeah, I don't know why that happened really. No worries, Harrison. Thank you for coming, and good night if you're still here. See you on the next one, I hope. Even the sheep in the forest are clapping for that. I hope so. Good. Viva las Malvinas, indeed. Thank you. Yes, they might be, but it's alright. We've got. Yes, alright. They can more or less jump. Matt, it was very nice to have you along for the ride. Thank you for joining us, and thanks again for your help with the lesson. And we'll definitely do more of that sort of thing. Thank you, Pablo. And thank you, Stephen. And I'm going to call it a night there so I can have a little bite to eat before my engagement at 7 p.m, my Zoom call at 7 p.m. But it's been good, and I will see you tomorrow. Time to be confirmed. It might be afternoon, it might be evening, but keep an eye on YouTube and Discord. And thank you all for being here. Have a good evening. Bye.